Ladies and gentlemen, with great honor and responsibility, I hereby declare Disabilities Forum Annual Conference 2025 open. Thank you and God bless you all. God bless Delta State and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I'm very excited with this NBA Lawyers with Disabilities Forum Annual Conference.
Purchase your tracks today.
Let me specifically commend the leadership of the chairperson of the NBA Lawyers with Disability Forum, Comrade Pat.
All been about access for persons with disabilities, inclusion for persons with disabilities, and everything that we should do to ensure that we do not discriminate against them.
Circumstances of life can never be certain. So every person must become committed to what we're doing today.
We'll take the NBA prayer.
Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
You may be seated. We want to make welcome the chairman of the planning committee to please welcome all of us. The person of Augustine Nwabweze Isiago. Please put your hands together for him.
Let me, without much ado, stand on the protocol that has already been set by the speaker, the last speaker. These are just simple welcome remarks to everyone that's come for this conference. This is immense joy and pride that I stand before you today as the CPC chairman for this conference. Well, we are gathered here today in Asaba, the capital of Delta State, a city that beautifully balances tradition with modernity and where the warmth of its people shines as brightly as the sun. Before we dive into the exciting discussions and presentations, I would like to begin by profusely thanking you all for joining us. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's event, the welcome cocktail and sip and paint experience that was held yesterday evening. It was a fantastic opportunity for us all to meet, connect, and engage in a relaxed atmosphere, foster new friendships and partnerships that we hope will last beyond today's conference. As you all know, our theme this year is Beyond Triumphs, Advancing Inclusion, Impact on Leadership for Persons with Disabilities. It is a theme that is not only timely, but essential. As we continue to push the boundaries of inclusion and ensure that leadership has no barriers. So today, as we gather for this one-day event, we're here not just to discuss, but to strategize, learn, and empower one another to create lasting impact for persons with disabilities. Asaba, the capital of Delta State, has welcomed us with open arms. Known for its rich cultural heritage, Asaba is more than just a political center. It's a city of resilience, unity, and opportunity. In the spirit of this city, which embraces all these diverse communities, we come together today to share ideas, drive change, and promote inclusivity in our ecosystems and beyond. For those of you who are visiting Asaba for the first time, I'm sure you've already begun to experience the charm and vibrancy of this city, referred to colloquially as Asaba Amaka. From its scenic riverfront to the bustling markets, Asaba is a place where opportunities for growth are abundant. Just like this conference, it is a space that fosters collaboration and fosters positive change. Today's conference will delve into key issues such as legal framework for disability, accessibility, empowering lawyers with disabilities, and the innovative technologies transforming disability inclusion. We have an inspiring lineup of plenary sessions, including a keynote address that will challenge us to think differently and inspire action in the months and years to come. Later this evening, I warmly invite every one of you to attend the Forum Chairperson's dinner. It's from 7:30 p.m. Well, the time has changed, we brought it up to 6:30. This dinner is not just a time to unwind, but a moment for all of us to continue these conversations we started, reflect on today's discussions, and build further relationships in a more informal setting. As we embark on this journey of learning and collaboration, let us remember that the impact we aim to achieve is with each and every one of us. Let's leave this conference with not only new knowledge, but also with a renewed commitment to advancing leadership and inclusion for people with disabilities. Thank you for being here today. I look forward to meaningful conversations we'll have throughout the day, and I hope to see you all at the dinner this evening. Thank you very much.
Next on the program agenda is the welcome address from the chief host, the chairperson of the forum, the NBA Lawyers with Disability Forum, Ms. Pat Etumodo. Please, another round of applause for her, please.
I want to welcome everyone to this epoch-making event. I'm so excited to see every one of us here. I'm really so excited. So I'm going to just delve into my speech. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, ably represented by Mr. Onozo Erebe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Honorable Attorney General of Delta State, also ably represented by Mr. Onozo Erebe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the keynote speaker, our distinguished keynote speaker. Permit me to rest on the laid down critique. It gives me immense joy and a deep sense of fulfillment to welcome you all to the 2025 Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association Lawyers with Disabilities Forum. On behalf of the entire members of Council and the Forum, I express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has traveled from far and near to be here in Asaba, the beautiful capital of Delta State. This year's theme, Beyond Triumphs, Advancing Inclusion, Impact, and Leadership for Persons with Disabilities, challenges us to move from stories of struggle and survival to measurable progress and leadership within the legal profession and our wider society. It calls us to go beyond celebrating resilience to building systems that guarantee equity, accessibility, and opportunity for all. Since its establishment in 2021 under the visionary leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association, the NBA LWDF has continued to promote inclusion, empowerment, and protection of the rights of lawyers and persons with disabilities. We have engaged governments at various levels, advocated for disability legislation across some states. We did in Delta State and seeded the Delta State Protection of Persons with Disabilities Law. We did also this year, January this year in Maiduguri, and we are hoping that will also get the discrimination against persons with disabilities law of Borno State. We have pushed for accessible court infrastructure, created platforms that allow lawyers with disabilities to participate fully in bar activities. Yet, despite these achievements, significant challenges remain, the most pressing of which is unemployment. Too many lawyers with disabilities, after years of academic excellence at the university and in law school, still find it extremely difficult to secure gainful employment. And this is not because they lack competence, no, not because they are lazy, but because our systems remain largely non-inclusive, with all sorts of barriers created to hamper their growth and development. This reality discourages those with disabilities who are aspiring to the bar and undermines the very ideas of fairness and justice our profession stands for. Today's conference gives us the opportunity to confront these challenges directly, to engage stakeholders, policymakers, employers, and institutions in designing intentional pathways for inclusion, recruitment, and advancement. Our vision is a legal profession where no lawyer is left behind, and where disability is never a barrier to opportunity. We are also delighted that this year's conference precedes the global commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, which we hold on 3rd of December. A reminder that our advocacy aligns with the global movement for dignity, equity, and participation. To our headline sponsor, Engineer Matthew Tonlara, Chairman of Mountain Engineering, we are profoundly, and also Santita, we are profoundly grateful to you for coming to our aid when it seemed all hope was lost. Your support made this conference a reality. To the Honorable Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, Delta State, Mr. Ekeme Jero Opoforele, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the immense role you played before, during, and after the conference. We especially extend our appreciation to our keynote speaker for accepting the daunting task, and all our speakers who have traveled from far and wide to be with us. You would have said no when we called on you, but you did not. You took your time and you're here with us. We're also very grateful to the President of the Nigerian Bar Association for the opportunity to serve as the second council of the Nigerian Bar Association Lawyers with Disabilities Forum. Without your support, we will not be here today. To all lawyers with disabilities across Nigeria, this conference is your platform, your voice, and your celebration. Together we move beyond triumphs into new levels of purpose, impact, and leadership. Thank you. Once again, we welcome you to Asaba, and we say Noah, welcome.
Yes. On our next item, we will be welcoming the golden message from the Honorable Attorney General of Delta State, ably represented by our very own TS. Please let's put our hands together as a come forward.
It is with great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt goodwill to the leadership and members of the Nigerian Bar Association Lawyers with Disabilities Forum on the occasion of the 2025 Annual General Conference termed Beyond Triumphs, Advancing Inclusion, Impact, and Leadership for Persons with Disabilities.
Yes, you can.
Delta State is honored to host this important conference, which reinforces our shared commitment to promoting equity, accessibility, and the full participation of persons with disabilities within the legal profession and across society. As a ministry, we've always recognized the immense value that lawyers with disabilities bring to the delivery of justice. It is precisely for this reason that we have proactively prioritized their welfare and inclusion. Over the years, the Delta State Ministry of Justice has provided unwavering support, ensuring that our lawyers with disabilities attend both the NBA Annual Conference and the NBA Lawyers with Disability Conferences. To ease the burden of participation, the ministry provides air tickets and other essential support for them. This ensures that our colleagues who travel to Lagos, Abuja, and other host cities travel to Lagos, Abuja, and other host cities without hindrance for this critical professional engagement. Our efforts at the ministry are a direct reflection of the broader vision of our governor, His Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff F.O. Oborowori, whose transformative MORE agenda champions inclusivity, equity, and progress. The MORE agenda represents meaningful development, opportunities for all, realistic reforms, and enhance peace and security. It is these same principles that form the heart of this gathering. It is therefore my distinct pleasure to specially thank His Excellency for his unwavering support, which has been instrumental in translating our shared vision into the reality of successfully hosting this landmark conference here in Delta State. As the world prepares to mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on the 3rd of December, this conference serves as a timely reminder of our collective responsibility to uphold the rights, dignity, and opportunities of persons with disabilities. I commend the exceptional leadership of the forum, particularly the chairperson. Yesterday we heard she has a new name, Madam Pat, particularly the chairperson, for championing this cause with vision and dedication. The beautiful city of Asaba welcomes all delegates. I encourage you to take your time beyond the enriching sessions to explore the city's serene environment, warm hospitality, and delightful array of local cuisine, without testing and all that. On behalf of the government and people of Delta State, I wish all participants faithful deliberations and a truly impactful conference. Thank you, and please accept the assurances of my health testing.
Quickly, we'll be taking the goodwill message from the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, who is ably represented by the Welfare Secretary, Abuta Yata. Thank you very much.
Today's gathering is more than a conference. It is a powerful affirmation that talent, courage, and leadership knows no bounds. Under the theme, Beyond Triumph, Advancing Inclusion, Impact Leadership for Persons with Disabilities, you remind the world that people with disabilities are not just part of the conversation, but authors of the conversation. Each of you carries a story of resilience, of navigating barriers, challenging old mindsets, and insisting on a more just and humane system. Your presence here is living proof that when we remove obstacles and open doors, brilliance, compassion, and innovation will certainly follow. May this conference renew your strength, deepen your connections, and inspire even bolder visions for the future. May it also touch the heart of those who hold power, so that inclusion is no longer a promise, but a lived reality in every boardroom, every courtroom, classroom, and community. As you share your journeys, victories, and even your struggles, please know this: you are not only challenging laws, you are changing lives. And you are lighting the path for the next generation of lawyers with disability who will dare to dream even bigger because you were here. With deep respect and heartfelt admiration, I wish you a meaningful, empowering, and an unforgettable conference. Thank you.
Next, we would like to invite the Senior Special Assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Mohammed Abba Issa, to present his goodwill message on behalf of the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you are welcome. Please put your hands together for our President.
It is with profound honor that I join you at this 2025 annual conference of the Nigerian Bar Lawyers with Disability Forum, an important gathering of legal minds, advocates, change makers dedicated to building Nigeria where justice is truly accessible. Let me begin by commending the leadership and members of the Nigerian Bar Association of Lawyers with Disability Forums for their unwavering commitment to promoting inclusion, accessibility, and leadership opportunity for persons with disability within the legal profession and beyond. This year conference theme, Beyond Trial, Advancing Inclusion, Impact and Leadership for Persons with Disability, is both timely and visionary. It invites us not only to celebrate progress, but to deepen our resolve to deliver meaningful change. Under President leadership, significant strides have been made toward inclusive national development. We know we have a robust policy and a regulatory framework that provide clear structure for implementation. This includes: 1. We have the National Disability Act 2018, which remains our primary legal instrument for protecting the rights of persons with disability. 2. We have the Accessibility Regulation 2023, which operationalizes access standards across public and private sector. 3. We have the national launch of the Certificate of Accessibility Compliance, ensuring that institutions meet minimum accessibility requirement. I know that sin of maximum accessibility requirement, but at least you will not go beyond the minimum accessibility requirement. We all have this. 4. The presidential directive is exactly the 10% of all social intervention programs for persons with disability, a landmark order guarantee inclusion in national support scheme. This action demonstrates that this administration is not merely making a promises. It is institutionalizing inclusion and creating a system that will outline us all. In furtherance of the mandate given to me by Mr. President, my office has equally continued to champion policies and programs that advance inclusion, opportunity, and leadership for persons with disability across sectors, including the legal profession. Earlier this year, as part of our policy advocacy, I had a strategic engagement with the Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation. Our discussion focused on establishing a framework or full implementation of Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Provision Act 2018. I was able to secure the approval of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation for technical collaboration and institutional support for enforcing the act. We are now in the implementation stage, and we need to enforce compliance for us to achieve fully implementation. Consequently, my office has developed a capacity building program on disability rights law for legal practitioners, judicial officers, and law enforcement personnel. A key initiative aimed at strengthening the understanding and enforcement of disability rights within our justice system. We have also broader collaboration with MBS, civil society organizations, diplomatic community-based institutions to ensure disability perspective and mainstream international development plans, including leadership and professional opportunity for persons with disability. Through this effort, we continue a justice system where no one is left behind. However, despite this achievement, discrimination against persons with disability persists in many corners of our society, including within the justice sector. This administration frowns strongly at occupational discrimination against lawyers with disability. It is unacceptable that individuals who have fulfilled all professional requirements, who have been called to the bar, and who have sworn to uphold justice continue to face barrier solely because he has physical impairment. We must also confront the uncomfortable truth. Many of our courts of justice remain neither just nor peer in their accessibility to persons with disability. court buildings, and premises remain largely inaccessible. Lawyers, litigants, and witnesses with disabilities still struggle to climb stairs, navigate corridors, or access courtroom, obtain patient integrity and dual leadership in the place where justice is meant to dispense. Today, on behalf of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I make this clear and uncompromised demand. All court buildings in Nigeria must provide accessibility features, such as functional elevators, ramps, inclusive restroom, and assistive support to guarantee unhindered access for persons with disability like everybody in line with the legal framework. I further call upon the judiciary, the National Judiciary Council, and all relevant authorities to ensure that qualified lawyers with disability are deliberately considered and appointed to the bench as judges. Inclusion in the justice sector cannot be complete without representation at the level where justice is interpreted and delivered. The message of hope. To every lawyer with disability, every young lawyer with disability, every parent, every advocate in this hall today, you are not alone. The Relief Hope Administration sees you, it hears you, and it stands clearly with you. You are building a Nigerian where disability is never disqualification, where barriers are dismantled, and will contribute meaningfully to the nation building. Conclusion. The MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum has once again demonstrated exceptional leadership by combining this conference. This forum remains a beacon of courage, advocacy, and intellectual strength. My office will continue to work hand in hand with you, deeply reform, strengthening framework, and champion the full realization of disability across the justice and at large to all. Today we can and we will build a Nigeria where inclusion is not privilege but a standard, where justice is not selection but accessible, and where leadership is not limited by ability but strengthened by diversity. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful and impactful conference. Thank you so much.
We will immediately proceed with our program, and would like to invite our keynote speaker in the person of Dr. Soibi Godwin Clark to please present her keynote address. Ma, you're welcome. Dr. Soibi Godwin Clark is the pioneer executive director of Brace Foundation for Children and simultaneously oversees Brace Foundation for Children and Gabriel Beachy Foundation. Brace Foundation for Children is targeted at the education and holistic well-being of children with special needs. She is a general manager with Renown Limited, where she directs the affairs of the executive office and functions as an advisor on legal, corporate, and commercial matters to the group managing director, who is also the chairman of Eternal PLC, two of the largest downstream oil companies in Nigeria, with a combination of over 310 energy stations in Nigeria. Prior to her current position, Soibi functioned as a partner of the solicitors law firm out of their offices in Lagos and opened the law office in Belfast while undertaking her doctoral research when made at Queen's University Belfast. Preceding her time as a partner, she was a senior lecturer and course coordinator at the National Open. She has over 29 years of postgraduate experience at C-suite and boardroom levels in various sectors, including legal practice, financial sector, venture capital, pensions industry, oil and gas, educational and non-governmental organizations. Dr. Soibi is a chaplain, a life coach, and a committed CSR practitioner, the coordinator of Wonderful Council, an initiative for children with disability. Soibi is married to Godwin Clark, and together they are with children. Please can we make welcome our keynote speaker as she delivers the keynote address?
Thank you so much. It's lovely to see everyone. Please permit me to stand on the so very eloquently established protocols. Thank you so much, if I have your indulgence. So His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, the Vice President, the Attorney General, the Governor of Delta State, the Attorney General of Delta State, distinguished chairperson, members of the Executive and Governing Council of the Nigerian Bar Association of Lawyers with Disability, my fellow speakers and panelists, members of the Nigerian Bar Association, my esteemed colleagues, and all here present, good morning. I won't pretend that my discourse this morning will be as brief as my colleague who said, his speech was going to be relatively brief. So I shall begin immediately. Permit me to read some of what I have put down. It is a profound privilege to stand here before you today, and I am deeply honored to join this distinguished gathering of brilliant minds and committed advocates who understand that disability, which I sometimes term different ability, not because there is a challenge with the word disability, but I refuse to see it as a dysfunction. I think it is an ability that needs to be further explored. So please permit me to use the term I coined, different ability, and I will interchange that with disability. Different ability is not a limitation, but it is a dimension of human diversity that enriches our society and strengthens please observe the word strengthens, and strengthens our collective potential. Today's topic and theme resonate with me on many levels. As a professional, a practitioner, an academic, a player in the space, and a stakeholder on many fronts, including being a parent, sibling, friend, and close colleague to several differently abled individuals. Thus, I'm intrinsically connected with today's topic and theme, and I shall approach it from this multidimensional level, which I hope will not complicate but rather enrich and lend robustness to my participation here today. At this point, I am sure some of you are thinking, oh dear, here we go. We shouldn't have let her speak until after lunch. But alas, it's too late. The mic is firmly within my grasp. And I shall proceed with the necessary multifaceted and multidimensional rigor and vigor required in the hope that I can at least engage and hold your attention on a professional and personal level within the time frame allotted. In other words, you're stuck with me for now. And please bar the doors quickly so that no one escapes. Haven't broken the ice. Let's get tucked into it. Across Nigeria and around the world, persons with disability or differently abled persons are breaking barriers, excelling at their professions, including the legal profession, leading organizations, shaping jurisprudence, and reimaging justice. Yet these achievements, as remarkable as they are, often occur despite the system and not because of it. And while it is commendable that we should celebrate individual successes and stories, the real measure of progress is whether the everyday ordinary becomes possible. For example, Within our noble profession, how do we ensure that a law student with different ability does not need to beg to have accessible materials? A lawyer doesn't need to apologize for requesting accommodations. A judge can ascend to the bench, not as an exception, but as a norm. A courtroom is designed for all who seek justice and dispense it, not only for a few. Triumphs are important, but they must not distract us from the structural inequalities that remain. Inclusion should not and cannot still depend on personal resilience, otherwise we have not done our job. The theme beyond triumphs, advancing inclusion, impact and leadership for persons with disability is not only inspiring but instructive. It reminds us that while individual successes deserve celebration, they must not be mistaken for systemic progress. And our individual group or group triumphs cannot become an or the excuse to overlook the historical, political, socio-cultural, structural, economic, and most importantly for this forum, legal barriers that persist and disable within the profession and the society at large. We must recall that society that praises exceptional stories but ignores everyday struggles and exclusion has missed the point of true inclusion and development. This remains one of the major reasons we must continually strive to push the narrative beyond triumphs towards transformation on a different individual and collective level until we attain qualitative, sustainable, multifaceted and multidimensional and possibly multi-generational inclusion and transformation at all levels of society. It is pertinent to understand that achievement of the above described qualitative change cannot be attained without the following. 1. An in-depth knowledge of our historical background, struggles, accomplishments as an heterogeneous body in real terms. Like I said, I'm a parent, a sibling, and I also have mobility issues, slight mobility issues. And sometimes I wonder, what is our history? What is the history of the disability movement in Nigeria? I read about the history of the American disability movement. I read about the history of the English, the European disability movement. Who is telling our story? Where is our story captured? In detail. Where are our progresses, our triumphs, our struggles? Where are they captured? Or will they be lost to the oncoming generation? We must also have a detailed and up-to-date knowledge of the statistics and circumstance of differently abled people within the society. If I were to ask in this forum, how many lawyers with disability do we have in Nigeria? I'm sure no one will be able to give me an exact answer. We don't even know how many we are. Talk less of know how many we are in the society. Talk less of know the heterogeneous forms of disability that we represent. So how on earth do we expect to make effective progress? We need to challenge ourselves in this regard. We need to have an understanding that disability and disablement is by no means a homogeneous concept. So most of the time when we talk disability, we look at physical disability. Disability extends beyond that. Physical disability may sometimes include other forms of disability or may not even include other forms of disability. So I was shocked, for example, when I traveled in from Belfast not too long ago, and I saw a passage created for people with unseen disabilities. And I wondered, we don't even have a passage for people with physical disabilities that we can see in our public spaces or in our airports. When will we get to the point where we cater for, recognize, and deal with the other aspects of disability? So we must not forget disability is heterogeneous and hydra-headed. And by this I mean that disability and disablement are not only tied to the individual or a particular circumstance, but remains an ever-evolving developmental social concept which collectively encapsulates not only individual physical, psychosocial, economic, and cultural disabilities, but impacts every aspect of our individual and collective everyday lives within specific time frames of societal development. For example, I come back to the airport scene again. On my journey here, I watched with keen interest at the airport as some of our differently abled were given preferential boarding. Good, box ticked. I noted 1 or 2 ramps. Good, another quantitative box ticked. But what was the quality of the travel experience? If I were to ask some of you, I am sure you would refer to indignities suffered whilst you became the object of attention as you were basically carried or ferried to and from the departure lounge to the aircraft by non-trained individuals whose qualification for undertaking that task is a hypothetical assumption that based on their outward physiology, they should be able to and well positioned to carry a chair. Some of you held your hearts in your mouths whilst you were being carried onto the aircraft. That is the truth. I also watched and listened in some cases to the physically impaired attempts to make their way through the same chaos. I wondered if there was a fall from the wheelchair, as that was a real and present hazard. What would happen? How could or would a visually challenged person find their way to and from the airport without assistance if he couldn't afford it? Is this assistance provided, and by whom? What if that person did not have the personal or financial means? Or what would you say? Or would you say that implementation of the law had taken place simply because a ramp without handles, which is a hazard in itself, had been provided? May I ask the mobility impaired and wheelchair users at this forum, do you consider that the provision of a ramp without handles? Do you consider that enablement or sufficient implementation? It's a question. I'm expecting an answer. Someone said no. Did you feel sufficiently protected or safe on that ramp? Would you have been able to navigate it on your own without external help? If the answer is no, then we must go back and challenge it within our various platforms, because what you accept or tolerate will remain unchallenged and unchanged. That is the reality. Again, permit me to ask what provisions or protections exist for the hearing impaired in the public spaces, or the cognitive or intellectually or sensory or developmentally challenged in this circumstance? Or are they offhandedly denied the fundamental right to freedom of movement simply on the basis of their different ability, which has been made a disabling factor due to societal neglect, negligence, or indifference, and societal failure to provide basic but necessary amenities in public spaces? Little wonder that we still have cases of differently abled persons abandoned, locked down in a home or at home or in a facility, and in some cases maltreated, severely maltreated, and even killed at infancy. I remember dealing with two such cases about 2 years ago. A child was killed by her grandmother because she was born with disabilities. And the grandmother felt that the burden on her daughter and the husband would be too much. Imagine, grandmothers or grandparents are known to be, we all know that if you can't misbehave with your parents, the grandparents is it. You can get away with anything. What would make a grandmother kill her own child, her own grandchild? Has society failed us so much? And have we, sitting here, because we are the voice to the voiceless, have we failed ourselves so much that this is our portion? The murder of innocent, vulnerable children. These issues cannot continually be accepted and waved off or joked about. They must be challenged, or there will be no change. And whatever change that will come must primarily begin with us seated here. We must challenge these concepts under the law and by every legitimate means possible and available to us. The Disability Act and the Assessment Act, the Assessment Policy, as it were, cannot be stagnant. It must be reviewed. It cannot be poorly implemented. We must not accept that. It cannot be reduced to a toothless bulldog. We must highlight, review, challenge every aspect of it until we are seen and our voices are heard and our rights protected and ensured through effective implementation. We must understand that there is an urgent and pertinent need to acquaint ourselves with, document, and disseminate through the right channels the statistics, circumstances, the current state of affairs of the differently abled population in order to educate and re-educate the society till it is ingrained that differently abled persons are an intrinsic and significant part of the society who are willing, able, and capable of contributing their quota to a positive development and well-being of the society. I thought at this point some of you would clap, because it is you I'm talking about. Imagine a world without a Helen Keller, author and advocate, without a Johann Sebastian Bach, whose music we still enjoy centuries till today. Did you know he was disabled? And for the football fans amongst us, without a Lionel Messi. Now, I'm not trying to start a Messi versus Ronaldo debate here, which I would probably lose gallantly. But to bring home the point that we all have something to offer in every facet of life with the right enablement in place. We need a clear and distinctive, well-documented roadmap of the near future, of near and future aspirations as a body, as well as a thoroughly thought out step-by-step framework on implementation, growth, and development, which ensures awareness, enlightenment, provision, preservation, and implementation of well-structured rights that guarantee necessary protections and privileges, whilst paving way for intrinsic, in-depth, and robust participations of differently abled peoples at all levels and facets of society. Having said all of this, I've been given 7 minutes more. Having said all of this, 30 minutes of one day at one forum is far from adequate to drill down into this topic and treat it with the robustness it deserves. But I will do my best. And if one is able to at least arouse your interest and engage your intellect to the point where questions are being asked, concepts are being probed, and impressions are being formed, I would consider my job here done. Today's topic requires deep introspect, but I will scratch the surface and summarize briefly as time permits, point by point, what we need to advance from policy to practice in order to drive sustainable inclusions for persons with disability in law and leadership. Nigeria has made commitments to disability inclusion. The Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act is a milestone, but as we know, laws remain words on paper until they are actioned. And laws do not implement themselves. Policies do not translate to change without deliberate action. And permit me to recoin a well-known statement for our purposes today. Implementation will always have the best laid out plans for breakfast. In order to move from policy to practical reality, we must not shy away from certain realities, such as the need for accessible and effective infrastructure. Everyone here has spoken about our courtrooms. We need our law offices, police stations, correctional facilities, legal educational institutions to be accessible, not just to the physically disabled, but to the intellectually, cognitively, sensorily disabled. Not just in theory, but practically and urgently. We need accessible information. I talked about our history. Who is capturing our history? The history is not even captured. Talk less of captured in accessible format. Judgments, legislations, bar exams, legal texts, continuing legal education must be provided for in a format that is accessible to all. Braille, audio, large print, sign language, etc. We need attitudinal change. Access is not only physical or technological, and thank God for technology. It is cultural. The legal profession must unlearn biases that equate disability with incompetence or pity or charity. We must replace charity with equality, not tokenism. With authentic inclusions, not just sympathy, but respect. We need institutional accountability. Every institution within the justice system must answer a simple question. How are we ensuring that persons with disabilities can participate fully, independently, and with dignity? If the answer is silence, then we still have work to do. We must also, don't worry, I'm about to finish. We must also advance the impact of differently abled persons by ensuring persons with disability are not mere participants, but drivers of their own change, like we're doing at this forum. I'm sure we're all familiar with the phrase, not for us, without us. This means moving from mere presence to influence, from being included to shaping what inclusion looks like. Persons with disabilities must be central to policy, design, legislative drafting, court reforms, and institutional decision-making. Representation cannot just be symbolic. It's not just enough to stick someone with a wheelchair in a commission. It's not just enough to just have a ramp put somewhere. This representation must be qualitative. Lawyers, we need lawyers with disabilities as senior advocates, partners, judges, and policy makers. Leadership pipelines that intentionally mentor, support, and elevate emerging lawyers with disabilities. We need research, data, and continuous evaluation to measure the inclusion gaps within the justice sector. Impact is not about seats being filled or offered. It is about voices being heard and lives being changed and power being shared. For leadership in disability inclusion is not the responsibility of persons with disability alone, and I'm glad that we're not alone here. It rests with all of us, institutions, allies, and society, but it must be driven and championed by us. True leadership means creating enabling environments, challenging ideologies and practices that exclude, even when exclusion is unintentional. Highlighting and dismantling barriers using one's influence and platform. Normalizing accommodations as a human right and not as a favor. We must move from being seen as a charity case to one who have not only a right to exist, but to thrive and to contribute. And to the lawyers with disabilities in this room and across the country, your leadership is not defined by your willingness to overcome barriers, but by your right to demand their removal. You are an integral part of the society, not a sidestep or a mishap. You are not here to be resilient alone. You are here to be respected, and we must agitate and call for that respect. A call to action. What must we do now? Let us convert today's conversations into concrete commitments. As I've said earlier, we must champion change, and charity begins at home. For the MBA and legal institutions, we must seek to adopt a comprehensive disability inclusion and accessibility policy across all MBA branches, not just by lip service, but in real terms, which plays out in access and effective accommodations provided. We must seek effective implementation of the above policy and enforce accessibility standards across all venues, events, and processes. We must strive for the establishment of a permanent fund. And I know when money is mentioned, we all kind of recoil. But without money, you can't do it. We must strive for the establishment of a permanent fund for reasonable accommodation for lawyers and law students with disabilities. We must expand our mentorships, internships. How many firms give internships to lawyers with disabilities? Clerkships and leadership pathways. For law schools and legal education providers, we must ensure accessible curricula, examination formats. How many of you, when you went through law school, may I just see by a show of hands, had extra time given to sit your examinations? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I thank God for these 4, but it's simply not enough. It should become the norm. We should introduce and train lecturers and administrators on disability inclusion. For government and justice sector, we need to implement full compliance with the Disability Act. We need to introduce accessibility audits. Yes, we're going to audit you, ma'am. We need to introduce accessibility audits for the courts and for the justice institutions. We need to train judges, magistrates, police, correctional officers on disability rights. I recently dealt with a case where a young man got killed trying to get arrested simply because he had cognitive disability. He did not understand what an arrest was, and so he resisted, and the officers came down on him, and the more he struggled, the more force was applied. He died. We need to wake up. To every listener here, ask yourself, please, what can I change? Starting now, where I have influence. Change begins with choice, and then a commitment. In conclusion, and I'm sure that's music to your ears, let's work towards a future where inclusion is not exceptional but expected. I have but merely scratched the surface, but I hope I've been able to at least rustle the nest and stir up a thought process. If I have accomplished even that among such astute legal minds, then I consider my coming here today fruitful and productive. Having said that, there is no denying that the road ahead is rough. There will be calls for sacrifices to be made, pressures to be mounted, of a political, legal, and socio-economic nature. There is need for a doggedness and insistence that we can rest, but we can rest assured that the constant in life is change. And with the right dedication, commitment, and productive input from forums such as these, in real terms, we will make a difference. We will achieve our objective, and we will conquer one step at a time. Thank you ever so much. You may unbar the doors now.
This is a resounding for that keynote. I don't know what to call it. I think it's a call to arms because there's no other way to describe it. It was a call to arms. During the keynotes, she raised the pondering question. She asked about data. She talked about how many people do we have in the disability community, in the legal industry and all that. Well, Madam Chairperson of the MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum actually commissioned a study to that effect. So I don't know whether Damilola Alabi is here, Ms. Alabi. She will come to speak to this study in the next 10 minutes, just speak to the study. Later we'll go into it in depth. It's the first of its kind, and it's got this present council.
My Lord, learned six here present, distinguished seniors, learned colleagues, esteemed participants, thank you for joining us on this auspicious occasion. For the first time in the history of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Nigerian Bar Association Lawyers with Disabilities Forum commissioned a research with the help of a very professor of international law who supported the forum with his team of statisticians, infographic designers, and other professionals. We commissioned a research, first of all, to know to have an idea of the number of lawyers with disabilities in Nigeria. The truth is, to have a fairly estimate idea, we'll have to go as far back as the Supreme Court, because that is where enrollment takes place. We are aware that not all lawyers with disabilities practice because of the restrictions already in practicing. We are also aware that not all lawyers with disabilities who practice associate with their branches because of the barriers in that. We are aware that not all lawyers with disabilities are even able to function within the instrumentality of the Bar Association. So we have to take this as far as we can, going as far as law offices. The research questionnaire even went as far as foreign trained lawyers, because we wanted to do some comparison to know what accessibility is like outside the country. Now, overall we got so I'm going to quickly read the executive summary of the report. So for those who are interested, you can scan this barcode. That takes you straight to the report. The barcode on the screen will give you the report. And for our registered participants, we will also be hosting the report on the forum's website. It will be on our website for anybody who wants to view it. We'll also be sharing soft copies via email with everybody who registered to attend the conference. But while you are here, you can take a look from here. So I'm just going to quickly read through the executive summary of the report. This report examines the experiences of lawyers with disabilities in Nigeria, focusing on access to legal education, participation in the profession, inclusion within the Nigerian Bar Association, and the broader justice system. Despite Nigeria's ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the enactment of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act 2018, the legal profession continues to present significant barriers for lawyers with disabilities. Findings indicate that accessibility remains a core challenge. From legal education to professional practice, lawyers with disabilities encounter systemic obstacles. While some universities and the Nigerian Law School have taken steps to improve accessibility, physical infrastructure, teaching methods, and examination processes often fail to meet inclusive standards. Entry into the profession is thus more challenging compared to peers without disabilities. In practice, court buildings across the country are largely inaccessible, with inadequate ramps, signage, and assistive facilities. This restricts the ability of lawyers with mobility, hearing impairment, or visual impairment to participate fully in court proceedings. Professional events, including MBA conferences and training courses, also remain largely exclusionary, limiting networking and knowledge-sharing opportunities. Representation within the Nigerian Bar Association governance structure is limited. As it stands, we have never had a person with disability ascend to leadership role within the MBA, at least at the national level. We are hoping that that becomes broken soon. While lawyers with disabilities are members of the association, they are seldom given leadership positions, and no offices are currently reserved to ensure disability representation. Social perceptions also present challenges. Some clients express discomfort or doubt about engaging lawyers with disabilities, which negatively affects their professional opportunities. Nevertheless, there are positive developments. The disability rights movement in Nigeria is gaining momentum, with advocacy groups pushing for reforms. international best practices demonstrate that inclusive policies, reserved leadership positions, and accessible professional events can significantly improve participation. The report recommends that the MBA adopt deliberate and strategic policies to promote inclusion within the legal profession. This would include reserving leadership roles for lawyers with disability, ensuring accessibility in professional events, collaborating with government agencies to make court infrastructure compliant with disability standards, and initiating structured membership programs for lawyers with disabilities. Law faculties and the Nigerian Law School should integrate assistive technologies and inclusive teaching methods and established comprehensive disability support system to foster equitable learning environments. Finally, the report calls for a broader cultural shift within the legal profession, one that challenges stigma, promotes awareness, and recognizes lawyers with disabilities as equal and valuable contributors to the administration of justice in Nigeria. Thank you very much. That was the executive summary of the report. Now, very briefly, I am just going to take like the sample size that was used to arrive at these conclusions we made. So we sent out questionnaires and we got 183 respondents. Of these, 56.3% were female, 43.7% were male. The age profile shows a predominantly mid to late career sample with 78% aged 40 years and above. The year of call spans from 1981 to 2025 with a concentration among mid-career years, that's notably 2015. We noticed that the bulk of the respondents were into litigation practice. That's 50.8% of the respondents were in litigation. 34.4% were corporate commercial lawyers. Approximately 1/4 of our respondents engaged in academia. That's 24.6%. And public sector took 24.6%. These distributions indicate the percent. Also, we have a graph showing that if you check the report. Now, for our report, because the questionnaire was not limited to lawyers with disabilities, they wanted to get the perspective of lawyers without disabilities. We want to know how much you understand about the concept of disability itself. So we had 58.3% of our respondents were lawyers with disabilities, and 47.2% were persons with mobility and physical disability, 32.1% were persons with visual impairment, hearing impairment at 9.4%, while other categories like neurodivergent, psychosocial, and speech had lower frequencies. At the end of the day, without taking much of our time, what we came to realize is that Nigeria is party to at least 2 international conventions, 2 international instruments that shows that the African Protocol and the United Nations Convention, that shows that disability inclusion should be taken further than what it is right now in Nigeria. We are not losing hope. We are starting on a very good foot. This report is going to become an advocacy instrument for the forum. Because over time, it has been the question of, so how many people do you have? What's the number? We don't have an accurate number, but we have a strong enough number to advocate with. And with this, we are hoping that when we come to parastatals, when you reach out to law firms, even to the Nigerian Bar Association in its event planning process, that issues of frontlining persons with disabilities, lawyers with disabilities is given premium. Hosting person with disabilities at events is not an afterthought. You can't make second guess plans for them. It has to be made in the planning process. And like the keynote speaker said, I'm going to conclude by saying, at all times, let's retain a consciousness of disability inclusion in our mind. When you're planning an event, think of what happens if somebody who can't see, who can walk with both legs up the stairs, who can't interact with the world as I do, is going to come here. How would they be able to do that? And lastly, in all your planning, please remember to involve persons with disabilities, not you planning without them. Like it's said in the disability community, nothing for us without us. Thank you. The committee, even though we commissioned the research, we had the learned professor who handled the research for us. There were members of the governing council who were members of the research committee. Mr. Justice Christopher is here, he's somewhere at the back. He was the chairman of the committee. Ms. Florence Marcos, she was a member of the committee, and I was privileged to serve as the secretary of the committee. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. We will immediately move into the first plenary session. And I would like to introduce the panelists. To moderate that session is the Leonard Silk A.O. Odom, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. My co-coordinator, please come forward, Florence Marcos. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Cheluchi Onyemelukwe, the lead speaker for the plenary. We have the chairman of the Abia State Disability Commission, David Obinna Anyele. Please come up stage. Please clap for them as they step out. We also have Ambassador Ubaka Bertram, Emeka Bertram. Please come up stage. And finally, Ufedu Tom Yakubu. Please come up stage. Professor Cheluchi Onyemelukwe is a leading health law expert, managing partner at Health Ethics and Law Consulting, where she advises government regulators and private entities across Africa. A professor of law at Babcock University, she has played major roles in shaping Nigeria's health policies, most notably leading the development of National Mental Health Act. She currently chairs Nigeria's National Task Force on the decriminalization of attempted suicide and serves on the National Technical Working Group on Mental Health. She is also the founder of the Center for Health Ethics and Development, one of Nigeria's 2 members of the WHO Disability Health Equity Network, a recipient of numerous honors, including the Power of 100 Africa Award and the 2021 NLNG Nigerian Prize for Literature. Professor Cheluchi holds a first-class law degree from the University of Nigeria and a PhD from Dalhousie University, Canada. Please, a round of applause for our erudite professor. David Anyele is the special advisor to the Abia State Governor on persons with disabilities and chairman of the Abia State Disability Commission, a seasoned disability rights advocate with over 2 decades of experience. His activism is rooted in personal tragedy, having survived a brutal attack by rebels in Sierra Leone in 1999. He is the founder of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities, CDDA, leading organization that championed the passage of major disability rights laws in Nigeria, including the 2018 Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Act. David has worked extensively with international partners such as the British Council, Ford Foundation, OSIWA, and the US Consulate on Inclusion and Governance, an IVLP Gold Star alumnus and recipient of multiple national awards. He holds qualifications in public relations, management science, and international law and diplomacy.
And for the sake of inclusion, let me just take 1 second or 1 minute to describe myself, for the sake of those who are unable to see me in the room. I am a lady of average height, dark in complexion, wearing a dark blue flowing gown, and I have very neatly packed kinky dreads. I am also an amputee. I walk with the aid of a prosthetic, even though it's not so visible today because of my gown, and an elbow wheel crutches. And I will come to that, sir. I want to charge those who are sitting close to those who have visual impairment. Please make sure you describe what is happening in the room to them, because we may not all have the opportunity to do that. And you can tell from my voice that I am beautiful. Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead to read the profile of Ambassador Ubaka Emeka Bertram. Ambassador Ubaka Emeka Bertram is a disability rights advocate whose work strengthens inclusive governance and democratic accountability in Nigeria. He is the founder and executive director of Persons with Disabilities Action Network, a human rights ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, and a he-for-she ambassador for Nigerian Young Women Political Forum. He has contributed in several national policies and accountability initiatives, including the election monitoring, school safety policies, anti-corruption frameworks, and disability inclusion programs, supported by UNICEF, CTA, ROLAC, and HEDA. Notably, he is the first Nigerian with disability to chair a registered political party. A graduate of multiple leadership institutes, he is widely recognized for his thought leadership and has earned prestigious awards, including the LOSA Golden Award. Can we put our hands together for Ambassador Bertram? The next panelist we have is Ufedo Tom Yakubu. She is a legal practitioner and researcher committed to strengthen access to justice for vulnerable groups, especially children and persons with disabilities. Called to the Nigerian Bar in 2014, she gained early experience in litigation and legal research before joining the National Judicial Institute, where she supports continuing judicial education and work on programs that promote fairness, inclusivity in the justice system. She holds a master's degree in international humanitarian law with research focused on children affected by Boko Haram conflict, and is currently pursuing a PhD on access to justice for persons with disabilities, particularly the healthcare challenges faced by women with disabilities. Ufedo is recognized for her integrity, empathy, and dedication to legal reform, and continues to contribute to research and capacity building initiatives that strengthens the Nigerian justice landscape. Put your hands together for Ufedo. Andrew Osamedua Odum, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a distinguished Nigerian lawyer with 2 decades of service to justice, governance, and community development. Born on the 24th September 1972 in Onitsha, Ubo Delta State, he obtained his LLB from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and his LLM from the University of Benin. He was called to the Nigerian Bar in the year 2000. Mr. Odum began his legal career at the Delta State Ministry of Delta State Ministry of Women Affairs during his National Youth Service, and later joined E.E. Okonkwo & Co., where he rose to become head of chambers in 2006. He founded the A.O. Odum & Co. Seat of Wisdom Chambers, where he contributed to serve as managing solicitor and advocate. His commitment to public service is notable. From 2011 to 2015, he served as a legal advisor to the governor of Delta State, contributing to landmark reforms in child's rights, criminal justice, water governance, and health policy. He also served on multiple state committees focused on legislative development and institutional strengthening. With the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Odum has held significant leadership positions, including chairman of the Asaba branch, NEC member, chair of key national committees. His efforts have advanced legal practice standards, electoral reforms, and business law frameworks in Nigeria. Internationally, he is a regular delegate at the International Bar Association and Commonwealth Lawyers Association conferences, engaging in legal leadership worldwide in cities as Dublin, Boston, Tokyo, and Cape Town. Mr. Odum has earned him numerous awards, including the Delta State Barman Award, recognition from Catholic institutions, and designation as a reform champion in Delta State. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators and a member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators and the Society for Construction Law, Nigeria. Beyond his professional achievement, he is also a dedicated teacher and singer of sacred music, reflecting a deep commitment to faith, mentorship, and community upliftment. His life exemplifies excellence integrity, and service. Please, let's put our hands together for the learned seal. On this note, I would like to invite the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, in the person of the Permanent Secretary, to come forward and declare this event open. Thank you.
I'm going to be very fast. The speech is just barely 2 pages, not up to 2 pages, so that we can go into the session. But I will be remiss not to say anything about what Doctor delivered today. Please, ma'am, I will plead with you to make that speech available widely, not only on your forum, so we can all have a copy of that speech. It's more than a call to arms. It's actually a call to what we all should be doing. And I say it from personal experience. Less than a year ago, I was somebody with, you described it as somebody with other abilities, as it were. I didn't have these mobility issues about a year ago. But I had surgery and I'm recovering. And so when you tell me to go to an occasion and you put a podium and you want me to speak, I immediately start having heart palpitations. Because I'm wondering how I'm going to climb on that podium and make a speech. So, and I imagine myself having to live like that for the entire life. This is just like temporary, but I'm always feeling scared. Mrs. Badejo is here. We were all sworn in together as senior advocates. And when we got to the Supreme Court, the activities involved you climbing staircase up to about 2. It was, so many others didn't feel as if it was anything, but I felt challenged. And nobody took any, it was just like a normal thing. Everybody just find your way there. And I know that one of our colleagues, Mr. Lawal Good, he had to be physically carried. Because to walk through the staircase up is a challenge. So, ma'am, that's your speech. We all need it. So we can begin to, it's not a charity case, like she said. It's not a charity case. It's what we should now start demanding for ourselves. Let it be as a matter of right. So I've made my own advocacy. Can I make the speech now? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Delta State, the big heart of the nation, and the home of the MORE agenda, which stands for meaningful development, opportunities for all, realistic reforms, and enhanced peace and security. Today's gathering reflects the very essence of our vision, a Delta State where everyone, regardless of ability, has a rightful place, an equal voice, and unhindered access to opportunities that allow them to thrive. This conference, themed Beyond Triumphs, Advancing Inclusion, Impact, and Leadership for Persons with Disabilities, aligns perfectly with our own administration's commitment to building an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable state. In December 2024, I had the privilege of signing into law the Delta State Protection of Persons with Disabilities Law 2024, a historic and necessary step towards strengthening inclusion across all sectors of governance. This law was enacted to establish a stronger, more enforceable framework for promoting the rights and dignities of persons with disabilities, deepening accessibility standards across public institutions, infrastructure, and services, and ensure that Delta State becomes a model of genuine inclusion within Nigeria. Delta not the carry last, I hope we know. This administration is deliberate about ensuring that our policies, our programs, and our development plans reflect fairness, representation, and equal opportunity. The MORE agenda at its core is a people-centered blueprint, and these people include all Deltans without exceptions, all Deltans without exception. I must commend the Nigerian Bar Association, Lawyers with Disabilities Forum, for its unwavering commitment to advocacy, legal reforms, and capacity building. Your work continues to spark conversations that lead to real policy action, including laws, such as the one we proudly enacted last year. To our distinguished panelists, speakers, and delegates from across the country, I say Delta welcomes you warmly. Over the next 2 days, I encourage you not only to learn and exchange ideas, but also enjoy the hospitality, our culture, our serenity that Asaba has to offer. As you deliberate on our frameworks, rights, leadership, access to justice, and the advancement of disability inclusion, I assure you that this government remains a willing partner. We will continue to collaborate with stakeholders to transform commitments into tangible development outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, with great honor and responsibility, I hereby declare the NBA Lawyers with Disabilities Disabilities Forum Annual Conference 2025 open. Thank you and God bless you all. God bless Delta State and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Excellency, my Lord. Thank you, lead keynote speaker. I welcome all of you, all our delegates, to this session. You will enjoy this session. The topic of this plenary session is breaking barriers, legal frameworks, accessibility, and inclusion for persons with disabilities. Just by way of opening, I also reflected, and I'm still reflecting deeply on the keynote, and particularly what the Rep of His Excellency said, the senior advocate, to state that if you think now that you are not a person with disability, just know that sooner or later you will become one. It's not a cause. You know, in Nigeria, we say it's not my portion. Very soon, even if everything goes on well, you soon grow old. Like my father did. He couldn't climb any stairs again. You will soon get pregnant. You should be able to climb up and down. And so on and so forth. When I knew my chairman of Asababa, he could fly many, multiple stairs. Tell him to walk into this hall now. So, and the president of Nigeria himself knows. During the campaigns before the election and his inauguration, it became clear that it's a person with disabilities. So, and so on and so on. So, age will teach you a lot. Circumstances of life can never be certain. So, every person must become committed to what we're doing today. Then, secondly, in the Nigerian Bar Association and Nigeria, we talk a lot. So many conferences, so many seminars, roundtables, so much money spent on them. They are good. But the more important thing, like the keynote speaker said, is action. Action. We talk too much and we act very little, very little. So we have to change the narrative with this conference. We must walk the talk. And that's what this session is about. So I welcome all of you to this plenary session. We have spoken among ourselves. We know the time limited. We know the duration. And so please join me to welcome the lead speaker, the legendary, prolific, first class in everything, Professor Cheluchi. Thank you. Enjoy her.
Thank you, sir. I will do my best. Good morning, my Lord, Leonard Silks in the room, senior colleagues, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. It's a real pleasure to be here. I have a presentation
When they got the presentation, they said, you have only 18 minutes. How are you going to say all that? And I was wondering how I would say all that, but then I listened to the keynote, and the keynote had said pretty much most of what I was going to say. It was a powerful, powerful call to arms, and I am hoping that it makes a difference and that we do not go home, as we say in church, the same. Just like Florence had done, let me introduce myself properly. For visually impaired colleagues, I am 5'4", 5'5". My sons say that I'm still growing because I'm now the shortest in the house. I'm wearing a cream trouser suit, and I'm wearing red for disability. Red is the color for physical disability particularly, and you will see red in the logo of the Lawyers with Disabilities Forum logo. Yeah. So that's what I look like. I don't know if, like Florence, I am beautiful, but I am living my life regardless. We have a significant number of persons with disabilities in this country. So we have talked to lawyers. I will talk to lawyers, to the MBA, but I also want lawyers to talk to themselves so that they can be part of the work that we're doing with the disability community as a whole in this country. If you look at some studies, WHO says we're estimated at 29 million. A more recent study by the National Commission on Persons with Disabilities says we're about 35 million persons. I suggest that those figures are probably significantly underreported. And of course, if you, from what the Leonard Silk said earlier, and even from what the representative of the governor, the Leonard Silk, also said, you can see that disability is an evolving issue. We can be 35 million today, and it can be a little bit more as we grow older, as we, live life and face challenges. Within that space, we have significant issues, significant disparities. Disparities across every single sphere of life that you can imagine. Yesterday, I was at a meeting where we were discussing telemedicine, use of, digital tools to access healthcare. Some of the conversation that I heard showed that nobody is thinking about the disability community at all. And if you look at the way we have lived, whether it's in education, whether it is in healthcare, whether it is in whatever you can imagine, transportation. We talked about air transportation. The keynote speaker talked about flying by air. Flying by air is actually the most inclusive type of transportation. Most other kinds of transportation don't think about persons with disabilities. When we look at the lives of people with disability, there are some of us that have been fortunate to have parents who have knowledge, who have exposure, who looked at us and said that our disabilities will not prevent us from being all that we can be, etc., and so on. But for many others, that is not the case. So when we look at unemployment rates, when we look at poverty rates, you will see that persons with disabilities are overrepresented there. I'm just saying that we have to think very broadly about the issues of, ensuring that everybody is living this life well, and that lawyers have a key role to play in that. There are different barriers, as we know. There are accessibility barriers, lack of inclusive environments, etc. We have inadequate data and statistics. I was so excited to hear about the study that has been done. I actually also did a study, which I'll tell you about in a little bit, but very excited that this community has done this study and has given us evidence that I hope the MBA will use in making some improvements. Is it going? Okay, now, That's fine. Thank you so much. Next slide. Let me talk very, very quickly about that study. So we had done, I had been engaged by International IDEA, which is implementing ROLAC. Many of us in the room might know ROLAC, which was looking at inclusivity of women, children, and persons with disabilities in the criminal justice system. One of the things that struck me when we started doing that study was that when we were looking at the literature, doing the desk review on women and children, there was so much. There was so much that we decided that we would not do any primary research. We would simply do a qualitative study based on the desk review. But when you looked at persons with disabilities, all that silence that we hear across the sector was very evident. Very few studies and very few high-quality studies that told you how much information they got from primary sources. So that was interesting to start with. One of the things we did was to have a national dialogue. Actually, we had state dialogues across several states, and then we had a national dialogue where we brought together different persons, some of whom might be in the room, and we had this conversation. And I have to say, it was perhaps the most meaningful piece of work that I did last year, because it was so, I was a little bit ashamed, to be honest, that this is where we were as a country, that we had completely forgotten a significant sector, a significant portion of this country. I won't go over all that was said, but it was extremely moving. Some of the issues have been brought up in this room, but you know, when people are sharing their personal experiences of having or being denied the ability to bail somebody because they are a person with disability, or being of finding it challenging to use the washroom, to use the restroom, because the restroom had no, I mean, it did not consider at all that somebody with a wheelchair will need to go into it. The elevators are narrow, and all of those things. We've mentioned all the other things around accessibility. I remember one of my lords who was there, who spoke about, you know, having to climb down from the wheelchair and then climb up while everybody's watching, to sit in, you know, to sit as a court and listen to matters. You know, what it took to get yourself back together again and deliver judgment. It's something else. And we are better than that. That is my own opinion. We're better than that, and we can do better. And I see a role for MBA in that. It is not, we're not just going to leave it to government and say it is government. It is not just government. These are also our constituency. Okay, moving on. The other thing, please, yes, so on the slide. So when the other thing that struck me, all the other things have been mentioned, even things like logistics. So you go here, you swear your affidavit, you go over there, and all of that, while trying to maneuver stairs and all of that. Very, very terrible things. Anyway, but when we looked at the laws, it was interesting that it was obvious that we had not thought about persons with disabilities. If you go back and look at the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, for example, we talk about, oh, if somebody cannot speak a language, you know, make sure you get an interpreter. But all the other things that we need, you know, so we will now have to twist it to say, okay, that must include sign language interpretation. What about all the other areas? So we looked very carefully through the provisions of the Services Act and all the rest of them. Very little time and attention to persons with disabilities. Okay, moving on from there, let us now look at the legal instruments. We've talked about them. The keynote actually mentioned several of them. Let's go, yeah. So this is the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is probably one of the most subscribed conventions, along with the Convention on the Rights of the Child. That is, almost all the countries in the world have ratified it. We ratified it as far back as 15 years ago, and yet here we are. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has several key principles, from equality to non-discrimination to the recognition of the equality of men and women. And I thank the keynote speaker again for talking about the heterogeneity of disability, so that when we're talking about disability, we're not just thinking wheelchair, we're not just thinking white canes, we're thinking invisible disabilities, we're thinking mental disabilities, but I'll come to that in a bit. Very importantly, it lays the foundation for a rights-based approach to managing every issue regarding persons with disabilities. I've had very interesting conversations, particularly in the mental health space, which I do a lot of work in, around issues like capacity, that everybody has capacity, and that we need to support people to demonstrate that capacity. It also really emphasizes reasonable accommodations, that reasonable accommodations have got to be made across board, and that countries must take steps, reasonable steps, in their administrative procedures and in their legislation to ensure that people with disabilities are living life on the same basis as people without disability. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so constitution. Okay, I didn't know where you were, but we have our constitution, we have our fundamental rights. Everybody, including persons with disabilities, are entitled to enjoy their fundamental rights under the constitution. We have all the other pieces of laws. In particular, I wanted to highlight these ones: the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act, the related state laws, the National Mental Health Act, the Child Rights Act, and the Electoral Act, all of which make specific provisions around persons with disabilities. I will not repeat all of them, but I will tell you this, because I do a lot of, well, apart from teaching, would-be lawyers, I teach lawyers as well. I do a lot of training and capacity building. I can assure you that we need to do a lot of work here. So I think it was the representative of His Excellency, the President, that mentioned capacity building, etc. I want to throw out one thing. This is something that the MBA has to take on. It should not be left only to the Lawyers with Disabilities Forum to do that. This is something that every lawyer should be aware of. With that, I'm not going to say anything about that, but I'm happy for this presentation to be shared broadly. But if you look at that, it prohibits discrimination. It prohibits discrimination across various spheres of life. It talks about inclusive education, etc., etc. And it establishes importantly the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. My friend and classmate, Mr. Ikem, is here. I look forward to hearing from him later in the day. He's doing excellent work at the Commission. Let me go. I understand I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to skip quite a number of things. You have skipped a lot. So we have the state laws. We have passed laws at the state level. But let me also say this, because what I am trying to do is to identify areas that we can do some work in. Not every state has adopted the Disabilities Act. We need to do some work there. We need to encourage states to adopt that act. Disability, as it turns out, is a residual issue, so we need that. Some states don't have laws, but the laws don't quite align with the Disabilities Act because they passed them before the Disabilities Act came on board. I know that I was working in Bauchi recently, and they have started doing some work to bring theirs up to speed, etc. As we think about going into elections, we need to look at the provisions of the Electoral Act that makes some provisions for inclusion, etc. The other part I wanted to talk about, which I think has been skipped up there, keep going, national policy on disability. We have a national policy which supports the law. Fantastic. But I also wanted to mention NAPTIP, for example, has developed a disability policy which makes specific provisions around what prosecutors, investigators working in the agency need to do with respect to disability inclusion. I think that that is an example that the MBA must copy. We need to, if we have one, it is outdated because it definitely is not online. We need to get the Lawyers with Disabilities Forum to support us in developing a policy that is fully and comprehensively inclusive. Moving on from there, I'm going to leave all these lessons that I was going to take from different jurisdictions. Let me say that we need to think in terms of strategic litigation. We do have litigation. Some cases have already happened. Olakunle and Airtel, and I believe there are other cases where the National Industrial Court has, emphasized that inclusion must be implemented. The point is, we recognize that we have barriers, physical, cultural, even emotional. But let's not get into that. Next slide, please. So lots of stigma, lots of attitudinal barriers, and I think that lawyers have to take a stand on those issues. I think we need to talk about visibility, and I think we started talking about it. Thank you, Doc, for speaking to that. We need to talk about visibility. Where are lawyers with disability in all the events that we have? We should ask, why are they not that visible? You know that visibility is also about representation. It's about when I see somebody like me do something, encourages me. So we have to be deliberate about that. I don't have enough time to talk about what steps we can take. I think I heard something about quota and all of that. But I think even beyond quota, we need to empower, we need to capacitate, we need to build leadership skills amongst persons with disabilities to enable them show up in the MBA in a way that allows them to be at the table where we're developing all kinds of policies. If you look at some of the policies that we have, if you look at the rules of professional conduct, one of the things that we say there is that, it is discouraged for lawyers to go to clients' homes and whatever. What if the person is a person with disability? And just using that as a low-hanging fruit, a soft place, where we need to now begin to look at language, review all our policies and say, where do we build in inclusion? Where have we built in exclusion so that we can extract it and be the people that we ought to be? We talked about data, so we've already talked about data, and I'm glad that, the information, we're beginning to, collect different kinds of information because, like I said, when we did that research last year, I was flabbergasted at the emptiness there. Okay, the other thing I wanted to say was, I think we've talked about heterogeneity, but very important to recognize that there are different clusters of disability. Deaf, blind, visually impaired, blind, and so on and so forth. But there are also those that are completely invisible, mental health related. Last week I was chairing a meeting of the decriminalization of attempted suicide task force. And Jonah Pitt said, we have now included psychosocial and mental health as one of our clusters. So even within us, in the disability community, we have to eschew any form of stigmatization. Moving on, and next slide, where are we? Okay. So for MBA, we must demonstrate allyship. We must review all of our policies, review them for language, as well as for substance. We must address employment. So it was awesome. I didn't talk to anybody before we did this presentation, but the issues are the issues. Okay? We must address employment. When we're addressing employment, that also means that in terms of even how where we get pay rent for our offices, we have to look in terms of, because there are people who will come, by the time they climb upstairs for that interview and come down, even if you offer them the job, they will not come back. So we need to think about those things. So accessibility all across board. We need to think about access to justice matters. I've raised some of them. And also partnering with the National Commission on Persons with Disabilities as MBA, right? As MBA. There are a couple of other things that I have here, but I'm going to let that go. One more thing I must say, though, is that we have to expand this conversation beyond lawyers. We're lawyers working in different spaces. I work particularly in the health space. I do a lot of other things, migration and so on. But in those spaces too, we need to bring our understanding of disability and of reasonable accommodation and of the provisions of the law to those spaces. We need to partner with people across board. We're talking about technology, digital, all kinds of digital everything, AI. Where is disability there, and what does the law say about that? We need to educate ourselves so that we can support different types of clients. Finally, really, it is not charity, but it is empathy. It is empathy for yourself, because like the Leonard Sook said, you know, like my father who went blind at 70 from macular degeneration and lived another 15 years, it can be you. And you will still be lucky, right? You would be lucky. It is empathy, but it is humanity. And apart from humanity, it is law, right? We have law, we have legislation. That is what we do as lawyers. And therefore, we have to, starting from inside, that's why I've spoken about MBA, starting from us as lawyers, before we go and do strategic litigation anywhere else, we should clean up our own houses. Every conference must be accessible. We must check the convenience and ask ourselves, are people with disability going to be able to use these conveniences, and so on and so forth? Do we have the right supports in place? And I know that some of my colleagues that I'm looking forward to seeing leading the MBA in the next few years are taking keen note. Laws alone cannot drive inclusion. Advocacy is extremely important, and there are different levels of advocacy. I don't have a lot of time to go into that, but we have to be prepared to do that advocacy, to do advocacy with government, but to do advocacy with all different sectors of society. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to our conversations.
The next will be to listen to Mr. David Anyele, who will speak to us for 10 minutes on how do we, when we say we, government, Nigerian Bar Association, all the stakeholders, how do we promote, how do we sustain and safeguard access to justice for persons living with disabilities in Nigeria? Please let us welcome David Anyele. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. I heard when you said, are there stories from Nigeria? We have a stronger story than what you read in America and in London. Because what we went through to get the safety bill passed into law, Americans didn't even pass through it. If American with disability comes, suffer what we go through, America will turn upside down. But we'll go through it. Our writers don't write us. Our reporters don't report us. We'll go on the street. We fought, and get the bill passed that we have been discussed. It was not an executive bill. So I want to provoke us to know that within the disability movement, we also have champions. We have leaders. We have change makers. Not only in Nigeria, but changing across Africa. I want to thank MBA Forum, Lawyers with Disability Forum, for raising this issue of access to justice. The first work I did with ROLAC, you call it now, before it was Access to Justice Program, was access to justice for people with disabilities. And what was the findings? The findings is simple. There is no access to justice for anybody with disability. There is no access to justice. We've talked about issues of environment, when we talk about provision of RAM and others, we've talked about communication, but I want to dwell on two. And that too is communication. No, that too is attitudinal and institutional barriers that people with disabilities face. And those institutional barriers, the people who create that institutional barrier are sitting here. They're sitting here. They're here. Just look at yourself. The people that create institutional barrier that people with disability go through every day, they're sitting here. And when we say institutional barrier, what are we talking about? So the state makes law, the state makes policy, the state implements laws, the state implements policies. And who are the people that implement the policies? The PAMSECs, am I correct? The directors, am I correct? Do you have directors here? Do you have PAMSECs here? They are the people who are creating institutional barrier. They are the people. The people we are talking about, they are not in Abuja, they are not in Lagos, they are sitting here. So when we say institutional barrier, we say that when you run your program, government policies, government program activities without disability specifications, you are creating institutional barrier. You are the one holding us hostage, not people with disabilities. The question is, what is the budget of our states around disability? Let's calculate it. The governor is today making presentation. Could people with disabilities in Delta State go and interrogate that budget to ask to what extent are we implementing the Delta State disability law using that law? That is the issue. That's why we are here. Other than that, we are just deceiving ourselves. I didn't acquire disability by choice. Anybody that knows my story knew that I lost my hands in the war front. And when I got back to Nigeria, the Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG rescued me in Freetown, brought me back, I was treated. For me to get rehabilitation became a question. Military were right. Oh, it's a civilian. We are not responsible. We are going to, the civilian people should handle it. Then I was moved to the civilian government. Civilian government said, where did he go to? Who sent him to Sierra Leone? How did he come back? Why didn't you die there? Why are you coming here? Because there is a wrong value we have in this country. And what is that wrong value? Survival of the fittest. Have you heard it before? Any country that promotes survival of the fittest cannot make progress. And they cannot protect people with disabilities. Because every day, people check your survival skill. The fittest. You are not fitted now. So, the jacket lawyers wear. So when you wear it and pose very well, as a person with disabilities, they will not see your fitting. They can't see Kem's fittings. They can't see my friend's fitting. So he's not fitted. Institutional barrier, we must remove it. The issue of attitudinal, which is the mother of all barriers that hinders access. We discriminate. Do we see discrimination? Can you see discrimination? You can't see discrimination. But it is attitude. It is behavior. It is the way you relate with other people. It is because of attitudinal barrier that made people with disabilities not to agree they are people with disabilities. I heard when you ask whether there is a son with disability. I said, there are many sons with disability now. There are many of them. Are you aware? But do they agree they are people with disability? They don't. Even the PAMSEC, when he called it mobility. Did you hear when he called it? To sound what? Sexy and attractive. I have mobility, I know what. Because she doesn't want to be linked to disability movement. You imagine him being in front of disability movement in Nigeria, what will happen? Imagine him as a son, leading the process, what will happen? So I'm saying that the people holding us hostage are what? They are here. And they are using what to hold us hostage? Institutional barrier. They are using attitudinal barrier. And you cannot see it. When we talk about how does people with disabilities navigate justice system, they don't navigate. They know that when they go to the police station, they will request bribe from them. They don't have money to give bribe, so they cannot. When we did the research, we went to Ikorodu local government area police station. I said, how do people with disabilities communicate with you, especially the deaf people? They say, we don't know what is deaf. We don't know sign language interpreter. But then we ask deaf community, how do you interact with the police? They say, don't go to police. Then they will prefer to go to the traditional ruler to adjudicate the case. So that means that paralegals were important in what we are doing in order to enhance access, because they won't come to you. I don't want to talk about the language. So if you bring a sign language interpreter to the court, interpret. Pat, you know your language now, jurisprudence. How does this look like? Or you say, there's another one you people speak, you speak Latin. You know, if you have never spoken Latin before, you've not started. So imagine how when you speak that Latin and you ask an interpreter to interpret it, what will you do? So for us to begin to make sense, I think we need to go back to the curriculum. Because when I finish my research on access to justice, I begin to commend our lawyers with disabilities. What it costs you to be a lawyer with disability, it costs them 3 times or 4 times to come out from that same school. Sometimes 10 times. And they keep on enduring. They keep on enduring. The highest they get is they clap hand for them. Ah, it's my friend, he's on wheelchair, he's ability and disability. Is that what they told you? Eh? Ability and disability. And you'll be happy. Ability in what? Ability in suffering, ability in pain, and the people holding you hostage cannot remove it. So we need to go back to the curriculum. We need to conduct audit of all the law schools in Nigeria. We need to conduct audit. Audit of law schools in Nigeria. We went to the Chief Justice of the Federation Office to interview the staff and also to know how they engage people with disabilities. And they were running away. They couldn't allow us to come and see them. Because when they saw the title of the discussion, everybody disappeared. Because they don't know what to tell us. So what I'm trying to say is that there is no access to justice for people with disabilities. Nothing more, nothing else. We must be deliberate. We must be sincere. We must tell ourselves the truth. That together, if you are holding people with disabilities hostage, you are holding Nigeria hostage. It's as simple as ABC. And I believe, with the PAMSEC here, he's folding his hand. I want to believe I won his soul. That by the time we leave here, he will write a good report. He will write a good report and present it to the governor. And change will begin from Delta State. Thank you so much.
Need I say more? This is the gospel we have come to listen to today. A round of applause for David and Andy. And I must tell you that I'm one of them. I have to change. Because when I was building my law office here in Asaba, 1, 2, 3, 4, wonderful. Madam Pat attends meetings in my office. I know what she goes through. Yes. And I didn't make effort to install an elevator. So the other one, I'm doing so now. So I'm being saved. Yes. So I've repented. Yes. Thank you very much. So that is what he's saying, structurally. How do we confront this issue? Beginning with ourselves. Thank you very much, David Daniele. Ufedo, Tom Yakubu. Everybody will agree with me that from recruitment. Yes, thank you. So you're going to talk to us for 10 minutes. Give us your thoughts on inclusion, promoting, sustaining, and even safeguarding inclusion in workplaces, our workplaces, from recruitment to retirement. Thank you. A round of applause for Fedo. Thank you.
My lords, learned silks, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. Before I start, let me put this out there. If I invite a vegetarian to a house party and every meal that is being served at that house party is either infused with pork, goat meat, oxtail, or beef, will I be said to have averted myself to the palate of the vegetarian? Thank you. The same goes for inclusion. Inclusion is factoring everyone and their peculiarities. It is not just inviting somebody to the table, but putting meals for that person invited to be able to eat. Now, when I put it this way, it makes it look like inclusion is some sort of goodwill. No, inclusion is not a voluntary act of goodwill. It is a mandatory requirement. The law requires that persons with disabilities are not objects of charity, but subjects with rights. At best, what we practice in Nigeria is integration, which is bringing the person into an already existing system and expecting them to adapt. That is not inclusion. Inclusion is the practice of creating an enabling environment where any individual feels respected, supported, and valued. While we're here still talking about non-discrimination, other countries have gone way ahead of us. Talk about the US, the UK, Canada. For countries like the United States, the American with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination and mandates reasonable accommodations. In other words, firms are mandated to recruit lawyers with disabilities. This has led to partnerships with disability-focused legal associations. As for the retention of persons with disabilities, the reasonable accommodation mandate is well litigated and has forced firms to provide assistive technology, flexible work schedules, and modified physical workspaces. Then for leadership, the legal foundation allows for lawsuits on discriminatory promotion practices. Bar associations also have disability-focused committees that provide networking and leadership platforms. How about the United Kingdom? There they have the Equality Act 2010. The Act consolidates previous laws and introduces a unique, powerful concept, which is the anticipatory duty to make reasonable adjustments. This means that law firms must proactively anticipate the needs of disabled persons and remove barriers. For recruitment in the UK, the Solicitors Regulation Authority collects and monitors diversity data, creating pressure for transparency. Recruitment processes are expected to be accessible by design. For retention of persons with disabilities, the anticipatory duty means firms invest in universal designs and standard accommodations, benefiting everyone. Also, in the UK, mental health and well-being have become a major focus within this framework. How about Canada? In Canada, their approach is embedded in its Human Rights Act and the Accessible Canada Act. The Act aims to achieve a barrier-free Canada by 2040. Canada's requirement for a public detailed accessibility plan forces law firms and legal departments to think systematically about barriers from recruitment to retirement. It moves the conversation from individual accommodations to systemic change. Now that I've said all of this, how can Nigeria build a comparative? How can Nigeria build on these comparatives? I beg your pardon. But before I say this, let me still ask another question that's been tugging at my heart. How many judges, not magistrates, judges, are persons with disabilities in Nigeria? Let us bring it home. How many senior advocates of Nigeria are persons with disabilities? No matter the number you come up with, you will agree with me that it is a poor representation of the level of expertise, skill, and knowledge embedded in lawyers with disabilities in Nigeria. And it all boils down to one thing: inclusion. The predicament of persons with disabilities becomes compounded when even our courts, with its practices and procedures, are not inclusive of persons with disabilities. The appointment of judicial officers, particularly to the superior courts, has little to no representation of persons with disability. And the problem is not one of lack of competence or expertise, but the failure to be included. Therefore, to model the comparative model, it behoves on the National Judicial Council to intentionally provide a certain percentage for persons with disabilities during every appointment, either at the state level or the federal level. Secondly, another way we can build on the models is by leveraging on the private sector. Thankfully, we have the MBA, so we can start from here. It can be explicitly included that one of the criteria for becoming a senior advocate, amongst others, is to have a workforce that comprises of at least one person with disabilities. If your workforce is less than 10, also, the MBA can formally include disability as a category in its annual demographic survey and actively appoint or elect lawyers with disabilities to high-profile committees, the MBA National Executive Council, and even the body of benchers. Additionally, job advertisements should be posted on accessible platforms, and it should be clearly stated that applications from persons with disabilities are welcome. These application forms should be in accessible formats, which includes large prints and should be compatible with screen readers. Applications through email or voice note should be allowed if the online portal is a barrier. The MBA can also promote and train firms to receive applications anonymously. That is removing names, universities, and photos in order to reduce unconscious bias in the initial screening. In addition, mandatory training for all hiring partners on disability-inclusive interviewing should be conducted. This should cover how to phrase competency-based questions, disability etiquette, and accommodation. Law firms should explicitly state and encourage applications from lawyers with disabilities. Requirements for employment should be focused on essential functions like legal research, drafting opinions, client counseling, and not marginal functions. Takes me to the next one. Firms and judicial sectors should adopt a proactive approach rather than a reactive one. The modus operandi in our society does not contemplate or avert itself to persons with disabilities. To change this narrative, an employer should have a confidential conversation with regards to the necessary adjustments or equipment needed by the persons with disabilities. My next recommendation would have been mentoring, but that would be putting the cart before the horse. So I would say training and retraining of legal practitioners. This is about changing hearts and minds before changing policies. Minds should first be disabused, and people should know that human rights is inclusive of disability rights. Therefore, a continuous sneak peek into the world of disability community will invite more persons on board and create that awareness till everyone becomes conscious of these rights. Additionally, it should be ensured that persons with disabilities have equal access to mentorship, sponsorship, and training programs. Unconscious bias often leads to them being assigned to safe and less visible work. Therefore, partners and heads of chambers must consciously ensure that lawyers with disabilities are assigned to high-profile, complex cases and transactions, the kind of work that leads to promotion. With inclusion, a one-size-fits-all approach is doomed to fail. Thank you all for your rapt. I feel honored. Thank you.
Thank you, Fedo Tom Yakubu. Please, a round of applause for her again. You know, when Fedo mentioned, say Canada, UK, America, wonderful. We also have to think of something that is homegrown. Because our leaders travel all the time to these places. But I wonder what we're able to even bring back to Nigeria. But that's the topic for another day. Thank you very much, Ufedo. Tom Yakubu. So next is Bertrand. Bertrand, the principal act is the Prohibition of Discrimination Against Persons Living with Disabilities Act. How do we ensure enforcement of the provisions of this act? Enforcement. Bertrand, please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I must thank the organizers of this program for carrying out an intervention in the polity of Nigeria and working up a future of hope for Nigerians. One of the things I said about the MBA and the lawyers with disabilities is that they've come to heal with love and to touch our soul and to ensure that all of us who have bared pains in the past are brought to a place where we can play a role in governance. The question is, how do we play our role in ensuring that we strengthen enforcement, across board through strategic litigation? And I discovered that in the course of my work as a person with disability, I had a reason to interact with Mrs. Florence Igbidegereabo, a very dear friend of mine who was a former commissioner for women affairs in Edo State, and of course the president of Forum for Women with Disabilities, women in politics in Edo State. And we had a course on July 8, 2014, to take a course for a young man called Danjuma, who was 25 years old, a person with disability whose father died and left some properties for him in Edo State. And then Adams Oshiomhole then was governor of Edo State. We had the World Bank C4 project in Edo State, and I was part of that team. We never knew that the boy was thrown into the bush, into the dustbin, where he stayed for 3 weeks. Because of the fact, his name is Danjuma, his uncle, Mr. Irase, led the team of people to throw him into the bush. Thank God my friend Melody is here and is conscious of the case. Irabo wrote to the Commissioner of Police Edo State, also reached out to the women, the Commissioner for Women, the Commissioner for Women Affairs, who took over from her. But they said there was nothing they could do about it. The Commissioner of Women Affairs, when they took the boy to hospital to treat the boy, brought the boy back for treatment, brought back the boy to the Ministry of Women Affairs. They took the boy to the waste bin, where the boy finally died. That's one. Again, we know about our sister, the two girls in the school for the deaf in Abuja, at Kuje and the FCT, where their teachers that were meant to be taking care of students that were blind were raping them. It became an issue that NAPTIP took an action in. It was reported by the FCDA and others, and there was a need for intervention. So it draws the need for us to begin to look at strategic engagement in building up, in strengthening, in building up intervention. So what we said here is strategic engagement. We are talking about how we can begin to compare compliance and generate precedents. How we can begin to make sure we sue public institutions, ministries, hospitals, schools, and private entities that have failed to provide ramps with ability to even reclaim their rights and dignity. We're also looking at how we can work with, of course, the court, the lawyers, the media, other civil society groups, to ensure that we work on this issue of employment discrimination against people with disabilities. We must challenge the violation of 5% unemployment quota and unlawful recruitment practices. Because there, when you're writing it, they ask you these days your form of disability in some of the forms, and once you write, you don't even go for interview. Then look at the issue of the educational discrimination too. We have to start looking at how we can partner, and that's why I want to thank the Lawyers with Disability Forum, and of course the MBA, for putting themselves in place to help us begin to demand remedies for accessible educational infrastructures. I was part of the UN system that went as far as looking at safety in schools. And we noticed in the course of our work that most of the schools were not accessible. Most of the schools were not disability friendly. And most of the teachers don't even understand, the issue of the language for our community. So with the lawyers here, we will be hoping to demand accessible educational infrastructure. And then look at the issue of political barriers. You look at the healthcare discrimination, where once you're a woman with disability and you're on a wheelchair, or whether you're pregnant, we know what we suffer over there. So ultimately, we want to believe that this act is an act that has come at the right time. Disability Act has come at the right time, and we must begin to work on building up accessible plans of action, short-term, medium-term, and of course, long-term, projection. We're over 35 million Nigerians with disability, like the National Commission of Disability will say. But from birth, when the woman gives birth to a child with disability, there's poor registration because of the fact of stigma. And of course, we know that parents who have children with disability, like our mommy said, conceal them. And of course, and many of them, because of distance, more than 90% of people with disability are in rural communities. And many of them may never have access to an environment like this till they die. And that's why some of us are speaking for them. So that when we begin to network with even focal points within rural communities, local government chairman buys into it, state actors, governors, and even legislators pass laws, then they will begin to ensure that people that are in distant places become part and parcel of the issue of intervening in the polity. And then we know of the issue of, like we said, if you check the acts too, it talks about the issue of education for people with disability, free to even their secondary school. but they are excluded from school because, like we said, the physical environment are not disability friendly. And then there's also the issue of poor communication and, of course, negative attitude towards people with disability. So the Nigerian Union of Teachers can be brought into it, and then we can see how we can begin to work. There's also the issue of peer litigation with public advocacy, using media, social campaigns, and press conferences to keep putting pressure on institutions, to keep mobilizing public support. And of course, the use of traditional rulers and, of course, religious leaders to help build cross-sector partnership to strengthen enforcement. Finally, I want to say that it's important that I state this too, that this issue of collaboration is key. When I had my first degree in the university, I went back to University of Benin to study, and I had a close friend who was then the vice chancellor of University of Benin, Professor Emmanuel Wanze. We had an interaction with him, and that there was a need for us to establish a club for students with disability in University of Benin. And then at that time, we set up the club, and that's my organization, Persons with Disability Action Network. And we had a meeting with the ASU, had a meeting with all the lecturers, and I had a meeting with the students' community. And then we ensured that students who were on the top floor, a lot of students who were wheelchair users, were accessing their class, being carried to the top floor. By the time we had finished the discussions and everything, laws were passed, policies were altered, that they should start teaching some of the students in the class down floor. And we got the vice chancellor, Professor Wanze, we got Professor Austin Iyasire, we got Professor Unkoli Ayeku, Ngozi Ilu, and others who were professors of the university to be part of the board within the University of Benin. And today, at that time, one of his students, who is now a madam, an intellectual, a first-class scholar driving this course, is Patient, Madam Patience. She was a student in University of Benin, and he was a member of the club who established University of Benin. And another one is a medical doctor in America. Many of them have traveled out of the country. And for me, Patient has made us very proud by the commitment, the passion. And I believe that even the National Commission with Disability and the offices that are driving the cause of disability in this country, we should wake up to our responsibility. If what can be done by the lawyers with disability can be felt across the length and breadth of this country, if every other institution, civil society organization groups begin to replicate this, I believe that we will alter everything for good. And finally, we want to say that it's important that we change this narrative. The causes of disability in the country is known. Poverty is one. There's an interrelationship between poverty and disability. And where 103 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty, and 95% of them are people with disability, is a case for worry. And then you look at the issue of violence, you look at the issue of poor betting, look at the issue of road accidents, conflicts. Imagine a situation where in 2019, over 700 ex-military officers, personnel, were dismissed from the Nigerian army because they were amputated. And these ones were amputated, they fought the battle, and they were amputated, and they were thrown out. And those people, the commission took up the issue. And James Lando, the former executive director, spoke about the fact that they integrated them into it. So it's good that we take up these issues and move together as a team and then build a country where we can be able to have a country of our hope, a country of our home, a country that is driven by life, love, passion, and respect for the rights of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, there's an agreement that we will not go into interactive part of this until after the next plenary session. So we have our questions, we have our observations. Please just keep them. We'll exit, and the next panel will come. After that panel discourse, then we take the interactive session jointly. I just end by saying, they say charity begins at home, normally. But you see, I'm not aware that Nigerian Bar Association has a policy on inclusion. I'm not aware. So one of the things we are going to do is, please, draft a policy. Then we will help you to push it. We will present it to the president and the NEC, help you to push it. Because if Nigerian Bar Association has a policy on inclusion, diversity, and equity, then the other sections of Nigerian Bar Association will mainstream them. The Nigerian Bar Association branches will mainstream them. Because we can't be telling the government, you have to do something on inclusion. But we ourselves, we have not done anything. So on this note, I want to thank you, Prof. Dave, Fedor, Bertram. You have been wonderful on this session. God bless you. Thank you. I thank myself as well.
So today is the conference for the NBA Forum of Lawyers with Disabilities. It was a well-organized conference. It was very detailed, and we do pray that all the points and issues raised will be a call to action, and there will be implementation. We pray that we'll see implementation hereafter.
My lords, learned silks, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I stand on existing protocol? My name is Chikorai, and I'm going to be the session coordinator for this plenary too. With me is Ayoboyega Afolabi.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, learned Sikh, my lord, and colleagues. You're welcome to this very important session.
Thank you so much. Today, both of us will be guiding the session as coordinators. The title is Leadership Redefined, Empowering Lawyers with Disabilities to Shape Policy and Drive Change. I'd like to say here that championing inclusive leadership isn't just aspirational. It is a strategic imperative. This session will spotlight how lawyers with disabilities are shaping policies, influencing governance, and driving sustainable change across sectors. So without further ado, may I invite our panelists to come to take their places at the stand as they share real-world impacts in the areas and times of disability and the future forward. First on our list is Lois Alter. She is the founder and chief executive officer, Cedar Seed Foundation. Please a warm welcome and a generous applause. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining us. We also have on this panel Honorable Mohammed Abba Issa. He is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. On this session, we also have Akin Akintoye to SAN. He is the Principal Counsel, D. Akintoye & Co. We also have Seni Adu SAN. He's also on this panel. He is the MBA SBL GEEI. We're grateful, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. You would easily agree with me that this lineup is a powerhouse. I invite you to give them your ears and your time as I hand over to Boyega Ayodija Afolabi, who will guide the conversation. Thank you so much.
My lord, learned Soak, seniors and colleagues, and of course, everybody attending this very important conference. Please permit me to start on the established protocols. But let me recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Executive Governor, ably represented, and of course, the chairperson of this forum. And let me lay this very, very short foundation. It is true that the issue of advocacy when it comes to rights of persons with disability, brought about by the major challenge of persons with disability, which based on discrimination, cannot be overemphasized. But we must look at this issue on the practical line. Looking at the practical issue, a lot have been said today, many will still be discussed. So to our panelists who have actually prepared for this, we must start looking at this matter from the point of leadership. Yes, we've been having leadership all over, even in disability-based organization, as well as in the wider society. So this panel will be looking at the leadership redefined, empowering lawyers with disabilities, to shaping
policies and drive this change. So we are saying that lawyers with disability, yes, being professionals who have been trained for advocacy, should be the one to lead this change. And what is the change all about? It's about looking at the policies. Yes, we have legislations, we have all of those, but there's actually need for policies that will drive this change. And except lawyers with disability are empowered. And one of the challenge, just like earlier speakers have said, is that other people without disability, probably who know one or two things about a person with disability, felt they know better. But I want to tell you that you can't drive a change as regards the right of women while women are not involved. You can't drive a change of a particular group of people without them being actively involved. It's only in disability community that I see that non-persons with disability felt they know they are not the one that wears the shoes, but they knows where it pains you. I must tell you that today, so many state governments are still having their appointees on persons with disability to be persons who are not living with disability, who probably study one or two things about persons with disability. But yeah, we are looking at empowering lawyers with disability themselves to drive these policies. If not for someone like David Ayale in Abia and some others who are doing something great, and we are seeing the results. So it's on this note that we'll be inviting the lead speaker, Senior Adu, SAN, as he leads the discussion this afternoon. A round of applause for him, please. Leonard Sook, thank you very much.
Benga has again reestablished the protocol, so I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. Our moderator, Dr. Beatrice Shoa, is unavoidably absent. She missed her flight yesterday, and she asked me to kindly step in for her. So this is kind of last minute. But first, I'm very happy to be here. I'm delighted to be here. This conference has been very well organized. So I think the organizers deserve a round of applause. I'm here in a number of capacities. First, individually, as a friend of the NBA, LWDF. I'm not sure that I want to continue saying lawyers with disability. I think I want to adopt as mine the more, I think, inclusive and frankly edifying description by Dr. Godwin Clark as lawyers with different disabilities. I think that's more apropos. I'm also here as a former chairman of the section of business law. Recently, the SBL, and this would speak to what my learned brother Silk, Mr. Andrew Odom, SAN, spoke about. As always, SBL is again at the forefront of being progressive. So I stand here as a former chairman of the SBL, and the SBL has decided to partner with the NBA, LWDF. So we're a partner with LWDF. And recently, the NBA established a foundation called the George Itomi Endowment Initiative. And that initiative was set up specifically to be an advocate and a resource to the NWA LWDF. So I'm here as the inaugural chairman of the GEEI, as we call it. I also, I quickly wrote some things that I actually got a chance to quickly type, but I'm going to speak extempore for a bit. There's been a lot that has been said that to a certain extent have been, inspiring, at times, almost making one feel, to put it bluntly, bad and feel like, wow, to have the kind of issues that we're discussing here, to be dealing with that on a daily basis, it's not an easy task. But I thought that I should, in the course of the various submissions, I thought I should also give us some examples of people that are lawyers with different abilities
who have excelled. And, and this is public information, so I hope some of them would not mind me saying so. But that goes to what David was talking about before, that how many people actually want to be identified as living with some kind of impairment or not. Again, my brother Leonard still talk about, let us look inwardly as often as possible. So I will start with one of our own very best that sat on the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Sir Honorable Justice Udo Udoma. Brilliant mind, got his PhD at Oxford University in the 1940s, was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II, one of the brightest minds we ever produced. I'm going to say this because in one of his books, he actually described himself as such. Perhaps today he wouldn't have, or certainly other people would not say so, but he described himself as an amputee. And he got to the Supreme Court of Nigeria back then. There's also a current justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, Justice Sonia Sotomayor. She was diagnosed with diabetes at a very, very young age. And that goes to the point that even when you talk about impairment, there are different forms of impairment, and I'll get to that in a minute. Dr. Sotomayor, she's on the U.S. Supreme Court. She attended Princeton University and I think Yale Law School. Those are one of the most elite institutions in the United States. She's a justice of the Supreme Court. She's a lawyer with different abilities. There's also another lawyer, one of the most preeminent trial lawyers in the U.S. By the name David Boyce. He was a leading lawyer for the Democrats in Bush versus Gore. He's got dyslexia, and that's why again there are different forms of disability. Now he went to Harvard Law School with dyslexia, and he's one of the best lawyers America has ever produced. In fact, Dr. Godwin Clark is right, and other people have said so here, that there are so many people in this room, and there are so many more people to come that supposedly have impairments, to start with that. But really, what they really are lawyers with different abilities. So that's what I'd want us to go back with, that there are many, many positive stories of people who have performed and are performing and doing wonderful things and suffering all kinds of impairments, if you will. And in spite of those impairments, are succeeding day in, day out. I don't want to get into speeches, but I wrote something down, and it's as follows, in terms of what the subject that we're discussing today is about. Leadership. And I have it that real leadership is not about physical ability. It is about vision, courage, competence, and voice. So as we gather here today to explore how lawyers are handled with disabilities, with different abilities, are not simply participants in the system, but critical architects of Nigeria's legal future. Nigeria's journey towards inclusive governance is ongoing. It's an ongoing process. We've talked about the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Act, a landmark piece of legislation, but that's where it ends. We've talked about the lack of proper enforcement. As a nation striving for economic growth, democratic stability, and global competitiveness. And this resonated with me when, again, Dr. Godwin Clark was speaking. We cannot afford to marginalize a segment of our legal talent. Everyone in here, you are a segment and a very critical segment of our legal talent. Lawyers with different abilities bring expertise. They also bring lived experience and interpretive insight that strengthen jurisprudence and policy making. And I think that's what some people have also said, that you need to be at the table because nobody can speak the language the way you can. Nobody can advise the way you can. Nobody feels it the way you do. So you need to be at the table. There's been a clarion call to the NBA to step up. The NBA's constitution commits to promoting the rule of law, access to justice, social justice. And I'm saying inclusion is not an add-on to social justice. It is embedded in these core mandates. Granted, recent NBA administrations have taken steps along this path. There's been some level of improved accessibility at conferences, not nearly enough. Establishment of this forum, establishment of similar support programs in different branches, and so on and so forth. Now, lawyers with different abilities possess first-hand knowledge of how Nigerian system includes or excludes them. Their knowledge is invaluable for drafting effective legislation and shaping judicial reforms. When lawyers with disability participate in high-level committees, law reform commissions, electoral working groups, that's another thing we haven't talked about, electoral working groups, human rights bodies, the entire ecosystem becomes more responsive and just. They shift the discourse, and again, this has been talked about, they shift the discourse from charity to rights, from tokenism to structural transformation. Leadership in the modern Nigerian bar requires the following: intellectual authority, empathy and lived insight, strategic coalition building, a willingness to challenge the status quo. Again, I think David mentioned it and some others have mentioned it, that for those lawyers with different abilities, you need to be leading from the front. You really do, leading from the front. That way you can make a whole lot of difference. Lawyers with different abilities embody these qualities in ways that enrich our collective capacity. Redefining leadership means recognizing disability not as a limitation, but as a dimension of diversity that strengthens governance, advocacy, and service delivery. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to end. So, there's a call to action. Today's conversation is not about focusing on the challenges and just empathizing.
Today's conversation is about being deliberate in coming up with strategies. It's about unlocking a powerful, underutilized segment of Nigeria's legal community. It's about ensuring that individuals most impacted by exclusion are the ones shaping the policies that dismantle the exclusion, dismantle it. And it's about reaffirming that a truly democratic and progressive Nigeria requires all its lawyers, abled and those with different abilities, to contribute leadership. Dr. Gordon Clark, you might want to trademark. You know, I really like it. So, in closing, as we begin to approach this dialogue with honesty, humility, and determination, let us commit to building an NBA where leadership is defined by merit and impact, not by physical appearance or supposed ability or otherwise, in terms of physical ability. And let us recognize that empowering lawyers with different abilities is not only the right thing to do, it is a necessary step towards a more just, innovative, and inclusive Nigeria. So I promise to be succinct, and I'm going to keep to that. And then I think we'll try, like to have a more interactive session, and then we'll end. So thank you very much for listening.
A round of applause for the last talk. Very, very brief, but detailed. A right better round of applause for him, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the Senior Advocate of Nigeria has been able to lay a very solid foundation on the issue of leadership, empowerment, and of course, making lawyers with disability to lead this discussion we are talking about. And one thing I just discovered in the course of this conference, which will be on record, though it has been said in different fora, but the lead keynote speaker this morning has established one thing. Now, those of us who are familiar with issue of persons with disability, especially at the international level, you will agree with me that terminology is one of the very serious issues when it comes to issue of persons with disability, with different nomenclatures. And this morning, we are hearing the issue of people with different abilities. Maybe those of you who are experts on issue of person with disability will subject that to a lot of rigorous check before we come into conclusion. Maybe that will be adopted as a universally accepted nomenclature for persons with disability. After all, decades over time, the issue of nomenclature, the right name has actually been on. That's just on the side. But because for the sake of time, we are talking about leadership redefined. And there is no how. Like others said, that our charity will not begin from home. Before we focus the government, before we focus other organizations, I think we should start from our own home. And when I say home now, I'm talking about persons who are lawyers, law firms, law offices, organized legal offices. What are they going to be doing? What are we expected to be doing to empower lawyers with disabilities?
We have said it here over time that lawyers with disability have a very special role to play. But in order to be empowered to do this, that is why we'll be inviting the learned Stoke, Akin Toye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to talk to us on how law firms, legal offices, and of course, departments that deal with legal matters will empower lawyers with disability to drive this change. Thank you very much. Leonard Stoke, you're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much, my lords, my learned brother Silks, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. I'm highly privileged to be here, and I'm excited that I've been invited to be here. In fact, I was surprised that our association, maybe that's an indictment on myself, has this association, and this is the 5th year they're having a conference without someone like me knowing or having anything to do with it. Well, I want to thank our sister, the chairperson, for spending time to invite me. She actually pleaded with me to come together with her brother, Mr. Precious, because I've been out of the country for about 2 months now, and I just came in 2 days ago. And I told them, when they told me that, look, it's not possible to say that, no. I said, let me do it virtually. Say that, no, I want you to be here. Well, thank God I'm here. Well, I think it is necessary for us, and very briefly, that we've had so much. I met the keynote speaker, and with a very rich presentation. I want to thank you for that. In fact, by the time she finished, I just felt that if I were the organizers, I would have said that, look, let us just break this presentation and let us work on it. And that will be sufficient for us to have done a good work. I don't want us to be constipated, and just repeating and saying all the same thing. Our brothers have said that what we need now is action. Action. Someone like me, I've gone through a lot. Let me just quickly say, I'm graduating from my topic. It's just because I know that to address my topic, which you have given me, has already been addressed. It has also been mentioned by my brother Silk, that disability, some of us just look at this disability from the facial level. Somebody cannot see, cannot hear, somebody cannot walk, like that. And those are the ones we talk about, basically, but there are other inner disabilities which have been highlighted. They have cited us one of those people that God has used to get to the higher peak of their profession as judges, as lawyers. So in my own case, it's a combination of both the physical and the internal disability. I was born in Stickler, and I'm sure you know what that one means. and then also with the polio, and that was how I've lived. When I had a brother, my landed brother, saying that he's been struggling over the past 1 year to see how we honor invitations, climb podium, and do that kind of thing. I'm sure you appreciate what some of us have gone through since we were born. And to that point, that Supreme Court something I remember when we were being conferred, I had that experience. In fact, there was a time, I think my brother, we were conferred the same year. You know, we had to go down there, the basement, to join at my Lord Justice Road to take a picture and then climb up. It was very tough. By the time I was climbing up, I just stood at the point because we were filing. I said, let others go. Let them just go. And some people were waiting with me. I said, no, just go. I need to catch my breath. I need to take my time. So all those tears, they are terrible. So even if we must say we want to do it starting from here, as it has been said, let the Supreme Court make provisions for people like us, you know, for RAMs, make this easy. Even to go and visit them or go to their chambers, it's a lot of work and distance. We could not do that. You know, that is it. If you've been to the Supreme Court. And so for someone like me, that it took me 10 years every year that I applied to become a senior advocate, you will know what I went through in such a situation. But not only the Supreme Court, all our courts. I've not seen any court that has made provisions for people, particularly with physical disability, not to talk of those with the eye, and give them concession. It is not that I'm sitting advocate that I take privilege and say that, my Lord, please permit me to sit down to address you, you know, and they give me that privilege. But before now, you just have to struggle to stand up, to do the address and things like that. And then with combined with sickle cell, at times with crisis, you know, with pains, you have to do all those things and that kind of thing. So I think we should start from here, please. We should start when the association, which our association has existed for 5 years. Let us begin to that all our courts to make provisions for lawyers with disability and make it easy for them to access the courts. All our Ministry of Justice should also do. I was in the Ministry of Justice in Akure. It was also a long height, you know, to climb the steps to go there to see the Attorney General at one time. And some other places, even in Kwara State, which is my base, you know, all the same thing. And so, you know, those are some things you can't just attend to some things. At times I have to avoid going to court because I know the stress. Now that I'm senior advocate, I have some little change with me to have assistants who can assist me here and there. But before that time, I was doing all those things myself. So you can imagine what our younger ones are doing. Actually, my desire to be a senior advocate was not born out of desperation or just it. It is actually, I think the truth about it, to let the younger ones who have some disabilities like myself, you know, and faith to know that they can get to the peak of their profession. That was one of my major challenges that I continued. God did not tell me that He was not going to continue to pray that, look, it's not a door there I fear. I've been sustaining myself here and there, you know, that kind of thing. So that is it. But let me also say very quickly that for every person with a disability, such a person has an extra ability somewhere else. And that is what we need to understand and know. So if you try to discriminate against a person with disability, you are just causing yourself problem because you have not tapped into that extra ability that that person has. Honestly, that is it. As a sickler, there are times it is from hospital I will go to exam hall. At times, and those kind of things, pains and those kind of things, and I will still come out and do well. I've never failed any exam, right from my primary school day and things like that. So in fact, I just felt that was my own special grace that God gave me. Until very recently, I met a nephrologist who told me that that's a special study they have found out that those who are sicklers have this special brain, to excel with little stress. And then I've come across another person, a colleague of mine, who unfortunately went blind some few years ago. He wasn't blind, he's a lawyer also, and also brilliant at that time. We were called at the same time, and that kind of thing. But went blind because due to glaucoma. So initially when he went blind, he was holding down himself. He was a practicing lawyer. So I was handling some of his cases for him here and there. But later he built up confidence and started to come. My brothers and sisters, if you meet this guy in court, you'll be surprised at his brilliance, and he will be telling you the latest cases and quoting what judges said in that. I would say, Deji, where did you get, what time did you get to read it? How do you know? In fact, it's so amazing. It beats me. And I'm sure, I'm not related with my brother here who is coordinating, but I'm sure those must have brought him up, will have discovered such things in him. So for every disability, there's an extra ability somewhere. So it is for you and I to go and tap into it. I'd employed some lawyers like that, one or two in the past, who had some conditions like that, disability and everything, which I just said, why would I not employ such a person in my law firm? Well, I myself am that kind of person. And, after about 2 or 3 years, there's the particular one that the father came and was so grateful that, so you can make my son to become confident and do this and that kind of thing like that. We are so proud of him. We're so happy, because we gave him all the opportunities to do this, just mistakes here and there. But then he built himself up. He's now a senior counsel in the Ministry of Justice in one of the states, and things like that. So let us understand that you need to tap into other people who you feel ability. What is their extra ability? And let me make use of that one. So all this issue of inclusion, policy change and everything, you only need to put them in the right places and you get what it is. So these are some of the few things I just want to chip in for us. And I believe that it will do a great well for us when we leave this place, and ensure, or before we leave this place, to put in a template on how we can practicalize most of these things that has come together. Thank you.
This very presentation, if you have listened that attention, you will agree with me that this is actually the core purpose, reason why we are gathered here. This is a practical example. One of the purpose of this conference is for us to share experience. Something is so peculiar about issue of persons with disability. By the time, especially those who acquire disability at one stage in life, by the time you acquire it, you look as if you are the only person living with that kind of condition. But by the time you see others share knowledge, then that will, spur you up and know that, this disability is not even the issue. Some people have gone through that same stage and they've come out victorious. Once again, a round of applause for Leonard Sok Akintoye, a very successful leader on one of the shoulders in which we can, lie on and, get to the top. Thank you very much, Leonard Sok. Without wasting our time, we want to look at how legal practice, legal profession can empower persons with disability. In order to look at our curriculum, consider the workplace environment. Because it's another thing to employ person with disability. It's another thing to social leadership. It's another thing to look at the environment. And when you talk about environment, as earlier speakers have said, it's not just about, constructing ramps. And this morning, there are people added to it. There are many ramps being constructed today are without handles, which is causing another risk. Trying to avoid one and cause a bigger one. So, today we'll be looking at How do we develop our curriculum? How do we look at our workplaces? How do we look at our environment to be able to be inclusive indeed? Not just to make it inclusive, but to be inclusive indeed. So it's on this I will be inviting the Learners Soak, another Learners Soak, represented. That is represented by our brother Obuneme Izono, representing Emeka Obegolu SAN. A round of applause for him, please.
May I stand on the existing protocol? Sorry, I am not Chief Emeka Obegolu San. I am only representing him. Called me yesterday and conveyed his inability to be here physically. Well, the topic was given to the questions exactly to address is the issue of leadership as it pertains to the legal profession, exactly the impact. Sorry. Integrating the issue of change about the training of the person with lesser ability, or the person with different abilities, right from the university to the issue of recruitment and the rest of them. If, generally speaking, we see the physical aspect of the issue of the ability, we're talking about of disability. Several years ago, something in 2015, when I traveled to Canada, that's when I got the first shock or revelation of how diffusive the practice is already in the West. We were to go to an eatery. I saw about 4 empty vacant lots, and my brother was looking for somewhere else to park. I demanded for him. I said, this is a place. So you don't know there. You don't go on the parks, symbols of wheelchairs. They say that is for people who are disabled. You don't park there. Even when we got to the eatery, some tables were marked with wheelchairs. You don't go to those tables. The laws that have been made, the implementation is the problem. The Anambra State have done what they call a disability rights law. And one of the sections is saying that in a public bus, if there are out of 10 seats, 1 with the mark for the disabled, you don't go there. Who implements some of these laws? Several years ago, about 5 years ago, the NBA President Mekia also observed that when that law was made in 2018, that the disability law made in Nigeria, when it was made, a moratorium of about 5 years were given to existing public structures to adjust, to accommodate ramps and other facilities for the disabled. And then he hoped that by 2023, all the public buildings would have complied with the same laws. Well, we can all see that even the new ones being built, none recognizes those facilities. And the only people is to have an advocacy group or pressure group. Now, in the university, because of this lack of facilities, there is the need to make training of prospective lawyers and lawyers with disability, to make their training a little bit practice-focused and realistic. This old system of cramming up cases and reproducing them in exam halls are not helping anybody. In America, they have a better system, what they call the case law approach, where they divide people into groups who study those cases and integrate those principles. The university, the schedule of the university, there ought to be policies made by the university administrators to accommodate persons with disabilities. Issue of timing, like we raised earlier, issue of examinations, giving people the same time. Then issue of attendance of lectures, taking the physical strain undergone with persons with legal disability. Today, we have a success story of a senior advocate who has really chronicled the odyssey he passed through before he became a senior advocate or not. Methinks also that in applying for the position, the rank of senior advocate, there should be also conditions that should be conscious of the status of the person applying. Let me put it this way. If, for example, 20 cases are demanded for applying for senior advocates, it could be lessened to say 15. Not because the person who is applying is less qualified or cannot meet the requirement, but given the physical strain involved in going to court and getting these judgments, a little bit toned down on the number of cases could be very helpful. Now, this representation will encourage some other persons who are with a disability to apply. In terms of recruitment, in terms of admission, in terms of workforce, there are certain percentages that are given, that ought to be given. So sorry, there is one already given in terms of employment, 5%, even though I don't know how the laws have been implemented. We have the ministries of justice. I can only cite one or two in Onitsha. I know there are about in terms of numbers. I can also see people with different abilities who are in private practice, but whom I felt would have wanted to join ordinarily. But I wouldn't know how far the government are going to implement some of these laws. So, and in Anambra State, for example, the law I've mentioned talked about appointing a commission. The government even talks about appoint what is called a disability fund that should be utilized in helping with people with disability. These things are just in the law. Okay. So it is not a question of forming policies, bringing them where they form policies. There are laws already that are made. These laws are not implemented. Assuming their focus then should be on how to implement these laws. These buildings without the facilities stipulated in law, who enforces them? Who sues? Who do you sue? It is when some of these effects are beginning to get down on the populace that we get to some other areas of this law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We can see now that this discussion is actually taking us to somewhere, right from the studies to recruitment. And we are moving to the part of it that you and I cannot play with. Because when we create the environment, the curriculum, the study and whatever, what about the person who's going to be doing the work? Part of the empowerment, we will be looking at the leadership. And so that when we are talking about inclusion, we will not also be gender discriminating. That is why at this point, we will be bringing up the female on the panel to share with us, your experience. You may not bother to come up. Okay, if you want to sit there, except to insist that you want to come up here, to share with us your experience on mentorship. How do we mentor persons with disability in order to drive this change from your experience, ma? Thank you very much. You can give her the.
I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Lois. Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to sit on the already established protocol. Kudos to Barrister Patience and all the female lawyers with disabilities in the room and outside the room. I'm a women inclusion advocate. Women or women with disabilities undergo triple jeopardies. This could be infrastructural, attitudinal, and institutional. Today, I'm speaking about how I grew up. When I found myself differently from other children in my compound, my school, and my church, inferiority complex set in. It was God's intervention, my family, especially my mom, who talked to me one-on-one. She said, Lois, you need to believe in yourself. You need to be grateful to God for keeping you alive. Disability will not kill you. You have to be proud of yourself. So my mom was my first mentor. She guided me, she directed me, she advised me on the way to go. And today, I'm not just a global leader, the first woman with disability from Africa named a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, the first woman that ran for House of Reps in 2019 out of over 4,000 candidates, the first woman with disability, and many other first agenda that my name was opportuned to be. That being said, I was able to achieve all this through the guidance of mentors that I have. Sometimes I call them virtual mentors and physical mentors, because some of them, I have never met them. I have not met them, but they are there telling me what to do on different perspectives. We need to keep training and retraining persons with disabilities. And persons with disabilities also need to agree and disagree with some mentorship agenda. We also need to keep educating and re-educating ourselves, just like our keynote speaker mentioned, David Anyele mentioned, and even the speaker beside me, the son, also mentioned, is very significant to our work. Doing this will create more leaders, not just followers. We want to see a perspective whereby we move away from problems to possibilities, and from possibilities to productivity, and from productivity to prosperity. Those are the 4 P's of mentorship, once we are able to achieve that. So those with me, I want to propose NBA Lawyers with Disabilities Forum Mentorship Series from today. Those with me, say aye. Chairperson, please take notes. Next year, we want to see lineup of mentees that are here. I believe in practicality. Please, Chairperson, I'll hold you responsible for this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Madam, please. That's Lois Atta, the number one in many things when it comes to issue of disability. And you will agree with me that the issue of mentorship cannot be undermined. Knowing that someone who have gone through the same route and you want to do the same, then that will guide you. Thank you very much, and we are so grateful for keeping to the time. Thank you very much. In the next 5 minutes, we will also be listening to our own Honorable Mohammed. Honorable Mohammed Musa. Honorable Mohammed Isa, sorry, Honorable, who will be talking to us on the strategies and okay. Thank you very much. Honorable will be talking about strategies for developing skills on how to drive this change. What are the strategies we need to put in place? What are the skills that persons with disability should possess. And of course, he will be sharing with us, especially from his own experience, having not only been a senior special assistant to the president, but also being a person with disability himself. Thank you, Honorable. Please, the microphone to him.
Thank you so much. Going by the theme of this conference that is talking of beyond triumph, I think it's a high time to move from paper practice to reality in achieving the inclusion. Inclusion is everybody's business. We cannot achieve a real inclusion without access and participation. It is access, whether you create access, whether it is access to information, access to infrastructural development and communication and order, then you'll have participation. It is now that you can realize inclusion in line with the global design. When you are an advocate, I consider myself as a lawyer, even I'm not a lawyer by profession, because of the advocacy and the training and the capacity building that I do for the persons with disability. I'm happy to be persons with disability, and I'm happy to see that we have all what it takes. In the legal profession, we have qualified and satisfied lawyers that they can stand on their feet to protect the right of persons with disability. Disability right is a human right. All the previous speakers, if you look at the papers, they have presentation, we all have what it takes. Nigeria, it is giant of Africa when it comes to issue of persons with disability. And statistically, we are not here to push blame. We are not here to make any comparative analysis. As my friend in advocacy, Prince David Aile say, American Disability Act has came into being almost getting to 37 years now. And Nigerian Disability Act now is only 6 years now. We are now in post-moratorial. We are now in the implementation stage. And the subject of the discussion, how are we going to move forward? How are we going to achieve implementation? The only way how are we going to achieve implementation is by enforcing compliance. Ignorance of law is not an excuse. We all have the legal framework. We all have the institutional agencies. We all have everything. What is this stop us from achieving implementation? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves. One strategy issue is we need to improve in our advocacy strategy. Advocacy strategy is very, very key. Research shows that most of people, the duty bearers, policymakers in position, they don't even know that there is a legal framework or existing law for persons with disability. Nigeria, as of today, almost getting to 28 states. They have signed Disability Act and established an agencies. And we have national commissions for persons with disability. In order to advance the impact and the leadership of persons with disability, Mr. President created my office. And he gave me a clear mandate that I should go and work with ministry, department, agencies of government, organizations of persons with disability, governors at the sub-national level, to make sure that their policy plan and program is all inclusion, and to make sure that there must be a equalization of opportunity in all segments. That is the clear mandate that Mr. President gave me. My office has served as a focal point, reporting to Mr. President on the issue of affecting persons with disability. And I assure you at the end of this meeting, any resolution or any dialogue that came out from this meeting, my office is responsible to take it up and present it to Mr. President for proper approval. I want to also use this opportunity to thank my sister Pat. You really exhibit the spirit of leadership by inviting the office of Mr. President. That is to tell you that MBA lawyers with disability, they are working hand in hand with the presidency, and you respect the office of the presidency. Why? Because my office, as I say so, is the only office that coordinate and report issue of persons with disability, and I have access direct to Mr. President. It's one of the key strategy when we collaborate. When we foster collaboration, there is no way that we are not going to achieve the meaningful desire. The challenges that we are facing here is everybody is working in isolation. It's not like that. There is need to align our policy both in vertical and horizontal alignment in politics. Whatever we are doing, that is why I am saying that we need to move from paper to practice. The Nigerian Bar Lawyers Association has established a strategic partnership and collaboration with the office, and we are going to work hand in hand to advance the issue of inclusion. And there is one of the key strategy issue that I want to even advise, issue of policy influencers. In politics, we have people in power, they are responsible that they will promote issue, make things happen. We need to establish a critical relationship. And we need to foster capacity building in the most of the government agencies so that they can understand how are they going to integrate persons with disability in their policy, plan, and program. My office, we are working hand in hand with the Association of Accessibility Professionals. It's an independent professional trained in order to advise agencies how are they going to modify their building and how are they going to get national certificate for compliance from National Commission for Persons with Disability. We have a specific directorate for enforcement of compliance in the National Commission for Persons with Disability. My office recently, I have engaged with the Attorney General and Minister of Justice in order to train lawyers with disability in line with the universal design, to equip them. It's one of the challenges that we are facing. So you can see government has made a deliberate attempt in bringing all these policies, legal framework, align themselves with the international treaties. Nigeria, they are signatory to the United Nations Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability. Mr. President, under his wisdom and passion and kindness to community of persons with disability, signed African Charter for Human Rights for Persons with Disability in order to align Nigerian government with the global treaties. If you look at the representative of the UN committee, it's also from Nigeria. If you look at in the West, for the whole West Africa, the statistic, numbers of persons with disability that we have is more than almost getting to 7 countries in the West Africa. 35 million, look at the strength of persons with disability that we have. Attorney General and Minister of Justice is a man of honor, is a man that has passion, is a man that has zeal for community for persons with disability. One of the techniques of achieving inclusion is through lobbying. Lobbying is very, very key. Let me give you one instance. Recently, when the bill for the establishment of the Federal College of Education Duku in Gombe, sponsored by one member House of Assembly, was transmitted to the Attorney General for his answered proclamation to Mr. President for approval within the 30 days. And if these 30 days, they will go to return the you lawyer, you know what I'm saying. I pay him a courtesy call, lobby him for the bill. Within 2 days, he transmitted the bill for Mr. President and now Mr. President gave approval for the establishment of the Federal College of Education Duku. You can see how lobbying is very, very key in advancing inclusion of persons with disability. Collaboration, everybody has responsibility in championing inclusion. Traditional institution, religion body, faith-based organization, civil society organization, banks under their corporate social responsibility, senators, House of Rep, everybody has a critical role to play in advancing the issue and achieving inclusion in all ramifications. So we need to come together. And Mr. President is 100% behind you. Any issue when you have, communicate to me and I will scale it up to meet with the people that they are responsible for us to achieve. That's the essence of the access. Government has done their own part. Government has provided a leveling ground. Government has provided an institutional framework. We all have what we take. We have several advocates, qualifying advocates. Look at what David Anyele is doing. David Anyele is the one that we struggle together with him for the actualization and establishment of national disability. He is in the forefront. And now he is also the executive secretary. Look at the experience that he gathered in the field, and now he is in the government part. He's using his experience in the field and see how he's implementing so. So I am calling lastly for other Attorney General to emulate what Delta State are doing. What Delta State are doing align perfectly with the United Nations Disability Inclusive Strategy, with the Renewed Hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with also Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Provision Act. And I'm 100% behind you. Anything that you are doing, engage the presidency, and 100% I'm going to give you support. Thank you so much, and God bless Nigeria, and God bless MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, it's not just going to be a discussion between myself, the moderator, and the panelists. We'll be giving the room to just 2 persons to ask just 1 or 2 questions. If you just have 1 minute to do that, I will prefer that you point your question to the person you want him or her to answer the question. Just 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, sir. My name is Melody Omosa. I'm from MBA Benin branch, and I'm the Executive Director of Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. Mr. Moderator, sir, please, I seek your indulgence. Mine is a very quick contribution, and I will make it very briefly, not a question. Contributions from what the speakers and the main speakers and the panelists have said. I stand on the existing protocol, no time for pleasantry because of the shortness of time. I go to, first, I thank the SSA to the Mr. President. Your comments are well received, and thank you for being there for us. We have somebody at the highest level possible in this country to sit with Mr. President and present the issues of persons with disabilities. But please, sir, I say this, and I've made these remarks somewhere else before now. The National Commission for Persons with Disability is under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. That is an anomaly. That isn't the provision of the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. That commission should be under the presidency by section 31 of the law. So the reason you will need the Attorney General is because a commission that people like David Anyele occupied the streets of Abuja to have passed, that's supposed to be an independent body coordinating and regulating MDAs has been made an appendage of an MDA. We did not leave the Ministry of Women Affairs and have an independent commission to be placed under another commission. Please, this should be taken to Mr. President. He wasn't the one that did that, but government is continuous. This abnormally should please be corrected. That is one. Secondly, I want to thank the Delta State government, especially the Ministry of Justice, the Attorney General, the Permanent Secretary and Solicitor General. Indeed, I'm very impressed. Was here about 2 years ago when we had a forum like this, and the senior advocate, congratulations, sir. I was with you in that panel where you talked about how much Delta State have done concerning disability inclusion. And I said something, but you don't have a disability law. I'm happy that after that conversation, Delta State now has a law, and I'm very hopeful, like Madam Pat, the chairman of the NBA LWDF said, that perhaps we should have a gift. The International Day for Persons with Disability is coming. Can we have the commission that the law talks about set up? That would be a request. And lastly, this is the Forum of Lawyers with Disabilities. We are talking about inclusion. A quick example. The Nigerian law school that trains lawyers with disabilities is not inclusive. Kindness Idahosa is here. He was called to the bar on the 24th of September. He was in the Nigerian law school Lagos branch. He has to be carried up to take his lectures. And after lecture, he will be carried down. If he feel pressed, the need to use the restroom, he will be there until lecture end. You and I know that he will not listen to anything when he's very uncomfortable, feeling the need to use the restroom, and lectures are going on. Can the commission start something? As a minimum, you should know the number of persons with disabilities that you are admitting, and take them to campuses that are at least inclusive for their disability. Thank you so very much. This will be my contribution.
Lastly, we just want to 1 minute, just final note. It could even be thank you for talking. I want to give room for the panelists. Just one minute, 3 of them left to just for their parting shot. Thank you very much.
Final word. Thank you very much. First, I want to join in recognizing and applauding the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of Delta State, and in particular, my little brother Silk. I observed that he's still here. Oftentimes, this dignitary such as him would have left. And I went back to look at page 28 of the message from the Attorney General, very effusively talking about supporting this forum. Mr. Permanent Secretary, you have lived up to that message that you delivered this afternoon. I really noted that you've been here, in spite of the fact that you and I were talking about how hot it was initially. So thank you for sticking around. The only thing the parting words is that I'm going to just restate the commitment from the SBL, Nigerian Bar Association Section of Business Law, and the Judge Itobi Empowerment Initiative, that we are going to stand tall with the NBA lawyers with Disability Forum. Maybe at some point they're going to become NBA lawyers with different abilities forum. But we're going to stand tall with you, and that's a pledge from me and from the initiative, and indeed from the section. Thank you very much.
Well, my parting words relate only to the implementation. We have been hammering about bringing more policies, making laws, but the laws that have already made are left in the books. They need to be implemented. There is the need to form a pressure group, and also to take cases individually to make sure that the laws that are in existence are already implemented before taking the next logical step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just only want to reiterate about the issue of collaboration. Collaboration is very, very key, and my office is open for collaboration. We already have a platform. I'm calling for the MBA lawyers with disability. Any issue and any engagement, I'm open to them, and I'm going to support them. And another thing is, I want to also call all other partners, philanthropies, that to support this MBA Lawyers for Disability Forum. And also, the last speaker that is talking about the issue of a commission that has to be under presidency. You can see what I'm saying, how you lawyers you can be impacted or assisting us in bringing some legal terms and issue so that we can take it to the appropriate measure. I know you are talking of independent. Honestly, the commission has to be independent, and there must be a kind of alignment in policy. If there is no vertical and horizontal alignment in politics, I think we are not going to get it easy in when it comes to implementation because of the bureaucratic principles of the ministries and other issues. So this issue is very, very key, and we are going to take it into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our special panelists. We are so grateful. Thank you for coming. You will all agree that with me that we have indeed discussed this matter to a point. But as we draw this session to a close, I want to make a point. Because even if I wasn't the moderator of this, I would still make the point. All these things, something is jamming. We can't drive out this change if we have an array of lawyers, trained lawyers, who are still roaming about the streets unemployed. I will put it to us and let all of us think about it. Someone said earlier that what it takes to train a lawyer with disability will take you to train about 5 lawyers with disability. And if some of us will go through that rigor and be trained and still remain unemployed, it's not correct. There is a writer one time I read about, he said, empowerment of persons with disability without employment is useless. So I want to say that as we rise from this session and this conference as a whole, let's ask ourselves, how many lawyers with disability do we have? How many know, wow, that we have some who are unemployed? Let a drastic step be taken by stakeholders. And when you say stakeholder now, government leads. Big firms lead this. Agencies lead this. When we say 5% of persons with disability, in our Ministry of Justices, in our agencies, how many lawyers with disability do we have that will still have some unemployed? It bleeds our hearts to see that we still have our colleagues walking around unemployed. Let something serious be done about it. It's on this that we can drive out the change. I want to appreciate you for joining us on this session. Once again, my name is Boyega Afolabi, the moderator of this session. Thank you very much.
My name is Lois Auta from the Cedar Seed Foundation, and I'm very excited with this NBA Lawyers with Disabilities Forum Annual Conference. Many lessons learned. We talked about educating and re-educating persons with disabilities. We talked about reviewing the educational curriculum that we have. We also talked about mentorship, which is very key in our leadership journey. We want to see SAN mentoring young lawyers. We want to see the great leaders that we have in the disability community, training and retraining through capacity building of young persons with disabilities. Once we are able to achieve that, we will create more leaders, not just followers. I want this event to keep happening again and again.
My name is Precious Nwademoya, the immediate past chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association in Asaba branch. The Asaba branch is hosting the annual conference of the NBA Lawyers with Disability Forum in Asaba. We are lucky to have the chairperson of that forum, which is a national body, in the person of Patience Itumodo, as a member of Asaba branch. And so she decided that the conference should hold in Asaba this time around. We've had 2 conferences in the past that held in Abuja, and this one is holding in Asaba. We've had 2 explosive sessions today, 2 plenary sessions. After the keynote came first, that was presented by Dr. Soibi Godwin Clark. It was explosive and eye-opening, and a lot of the persons who participated felt moved, and many of them even confessed that they have been converted to start thinking inclusivity and accessibility, so that when you are taking action, when you are thinking of doing anything, formulating policy as a government person, or even building your house as a personal person, as an individual, you consider inclusion, consider persons living with disability. As one of the panelists in one of the sessions told us, that every one of us, we have the potential of becoming a disabled person now or in the nearest future. And so you should always consider that in whatever you are doing. And so it's always, it has all been about access for persons with disabilities, inclusion for persons with disabilities, and everything that we should do to ensure that we do not discriminate against them. I am at the head of the team that handles the content and the programs, and so we selected speakers from across a broad spectrum of organizations and industry, those in government who are policymakers. We had the Senior Special Assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on special needs and equal opportunities. He was present with us and was a member of the panel. We had a professor of health law who has a vast research experience on issues of disability rights. We had persons who are advocating in civil society organizations for disability rights. And then we had senior advocates of Nigeria, even persons with lived experiences, persons with disabilities who have risen to the top of their career. We had the senior advocate Aki Akintoye, who came and spoke about his personal experience and the difficulties he encountered in becoming what he is today as a senior advocate of Nigeria, despite being a sickle cell anemic patient. So this broad spectrum of persons came with different perspectives that made the engagement very rich and robust, so that people go home thinking about the issues that were discussed today.
Was their name, the forum was, we all knew we had a forum, the Lawyers with Disabilities Forum of the NPA. But you see, there's a problem. We asked, in fact, this was a conversation that we've had for a very long time. How many people are in this forum? Who are the members of this forum? We found out that all we had was basically spreadsheets. Wasn't definite. I recall one of the bar conferences that what we had to do was take down from a platform and then start going from place to place to look for them. So the question was, how do we now revamp this? A gathering of lawyers with a particular community to become, for all intents and purposes, a full-fledged forum of the NPA. So the first thing we did was deliberation. We set out by giving an identity, which was launching a website. Who is a member of the forum? And the misconception we all have is that a member of this forum must be someone that has disabilities, but that's not true. If you have we all heard the keynote speaker. She told us about our relationship with the forum or the community. The question is very simple. How can each and every one of us contribute our quota to the growth of this forum? The key is what you are seeing now. Now, basically what we did was that we created a simple website that was easy to understand. As long as everyone has a computer, he has internet access, he can reach out, he can access the website. Yes, so basically you have the landing page, it has the login, join now. We basically just wanted to have a place where we will all come together, share ideas, get resources, and all that. Now, does it work? I registered, I have my own landing page, you can see my name there. Simple, my Supreme Court number, everything is there. So to give you the nitty-gritty, it's not something that something we should be proud of. All you have to do is just to log in and become a member. Whether you got the disability or not, identify with them. You can even actually pay dues if you decide you want to do your duty. That's the cool part. So without much ado, we can start that conversation. I will call Mr. Sadiq to take us through the peculiarities of the website, have the conversation on the technology showcase from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sadiq Abdullahi from Nigerian Bar Association National Secretariat. As Mr. Eze already took you through, the portal, by the way, we designed the entire portal. And the whole essence of the portal is for everyone, whether you are a lawyer with disability or not, to have a seamless interaction
with the forum. Because I believe most of the forums we have under the MBA auspices, most of them have online portals, they have online presence. For the MBA PDF, this is an achievement, and they deserve a kudos for that. Now, as a lawyer, to sign up, to join the membership, and by the way, it is also very important to note that till now, there has never been a central database where you can point to for the forum. If today, prior to the site, if you task the ESCO on the exact accurate data of their members, it's always a bit of a challenge having the precise number of people they have as members. So this portal, starting off from the registration of this conference, you'd notice the registration itself has been seamless. That's all due to the integration we did with the MBA portal and this. So this portal works hand in hand with the MBA portal. The data, everyone, every lawyer in Nigeria, if you want to join the portal, you just simply go here, type in your Supreme Court number. And automatically it fetches your details from the main primary master database MBA has. So this takes care of inaccurate data, because sometimes I know a lot of people forget their Supreme Court numbers. You end up signing up to a portal where you're using someone else's Supreme Court number and all that. So this takes care of that. Once you type in your Supreme Court number, it fetches your details. And it's up to you to confirm if it's your name, your email, as it is on the MBA portal. If it's not, then you know that's not your Supreme Court number. And if everything looks fine, you just go on to impute your password, and that's it. So because I'm already signed up, I would log in. So like the chair rightly said, with this portal, members can now easily pay their dues. It hasn't started collecting due payment for the forum yet, because the ESCOs are yet to finalize on that. But once that is finalized, you can pay your dues, any other fees, and going forward, any other conference that will be held, everything will be done within this central portal. This is permanent, and like I said again, it's connected to the MBA primary database. So that's that. So for resources now, you also have, this hasn't been wired, but it is the potential, it has the potential for resources, articles, journals, and all that to be wired into this portal, so that members of the forum can have access, convenient access to resources, law reports, and everything. So that's basically it for the LWDF membership portal. Thank you.
So very quickly, we are going to have a very short technology showcase session. We have two technology companies here with us. I'm talking about the Nigerian Law Publication, who incidentally have partnered with the forum to give 1 month free subscription to their online platform for registered delegates, 100 registered delegates. So we say thank you to Nigerian Weekly Law Report for that partnership. Thank you very much. And Links Consulting, who is one of our partners, the technology partners, who not only have supported the forum in the conference planning process, but also publicized for us. They hosted our flyers on their portal. And also, there is literally a one-stop shop for everything legal. They'll be posting legal news, legal updates, law reporting, everything you need as a lawyer, literally is what they are hosting on their portal. Now, why we are having this showcase is because we believe that technology is a leveler when it comes to issues of disability access. So I'm going to be shortly interrogating both of them on how accessible the portals, how accessible their technology product is. So I'm going to be calling on the representative of the Nigerian Law Publications. Please, you can take your stand. And then, yes, Sadiq is going to be back because he is representing Links Consulting. So very shortly, I'm going to start with Mr. Osage. Yes. Thank you. I mean, it came from all the way from Benin. Yes, for this program. Thank you for coming. So over the years, one challenge we have had is how lawyers with disabilities are able to engage with online reporting platforms. Over time, we have had conversations with Law Pavilion as well too. So can you just briefly tell us, we know Nigerian Weekly Report now has an online interface. So what are the accessibility features that makes it easy for somebody who is visually impaired to easily navigate your online platform?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Based on the question she asked, I don't think our company had been able to put anything in place that has to do with visually impaired lawyers as regard our weekly law report. I believe from after this conference or after this program, and I will go back and give them feedback on what next to do to make sure that things like this, they have to put it in place so that other lawyers can also enjoy from our online platform. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm taking from what you just said now is, now you're not certain that the Nigerian Weekly Law Report is disability friendly. I mean, the online platform, but you're taking back this feedback. So I'm hoping that you probably, I mean, the forum is willing and open. If you need people to test the product for you, we are willing to partner with you on that, to have lawyers with disabilities test run the online platform for the Nigerian Weekly Law Report and give you a feedback, more like a disability audit of what the platform really is. So I'm coming to Sadiq. So what's, first of all, introduce us to your product, and then let us know what the accessibility features on the product are.
All right. So for under Links Consulting, there are two products because the primary environment we're in is legal tech. And for some of us here that are not familiar with legal tech, first of all, take a step back. Tech itself, technology is meant to simplify our day-to-day activities, conducts, and acts within the workplace in this context. Now, legal tech, when you bring legal tech into the picture, that implies that you use technology to simplify legal processes, right? And for us, we have two products. The first one is Bar Vault. Bar Vault is a centralized database where you get law reports, where you get ECOWAS judgments, you get High Court judgments, you get guides on even MBA portal, how to navigate, because a lot of times young lawyers come into the profession and common payment of bar practice fees become an issue. So that Bar Vault is meant to guide a lawyer from A to Z of legal practice. Now, there's a second product which is called Briefly. We haven't launched it yet, but it will be launched in January. Now, Briefly, especially within the context of lawyers with disabilities, Briefly is meant to be like an online platform where a client that needs legal services can come onto the platform, choose the category of legal service you require, basically an Uber for lawyers.
Like a virtual marketplace.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So lawyers can come on and sign up, and you'd have your profile there. The system automatically matches the client with the lawyer based on the jurisdiction, based on the location of the client. Let's say I am in Asaba. I'm a client that requires legal representation on a property issue. Or a criminal matter. I come onto the site, I sign up. I'll take us through it briefly in a second, but just to describe it, I sign up, and based on that, I will just click a button, get a lawyer. And the system, based on its smart analytics, matches you with a lawyer within the same jurisdiction. that has similar experience in that field you are looking for, and then sends a request to the lawyer. If the lawyer accepts, then you can now start interacting. The system basically serves as an intermediary between a client and a lawyer. Because I know for a fact that we haven't, even if we've had it in this country, it hasn't been mainstream. That's what we are aiming to do. So in the context of lawyers with disabilities, this, because I heard a lot of speakers earlier talking about unemployment being rampant within lawyers with disabilities. And I know also from my encounters, a lot of lawyers with disabilities that are employment, most of them are into public practice. You nearly come across a lawyer with disability that is in private practice due to obvious reasons. So by virtue of bringing on this platform, it doesn't, I won't say it solves all the problems, but it's a step in the right direction, because simple services as legal consultation, drafting, and certain things can be done for clients without even having to meet the client. And by the way, I also need to note that the platform doesn't accept any fee for the lawyer it doesn't. There is no payment within. So it just connects you and then you take it up from there.
Thank you very much. So two things you said, you have two products. One
Yeah.
is about to be launched. One is already in the market.
Yeah.
You have a Bar Vault.
Yeah.
That's like a vault for lawyers.
Yeah.
A resource center where you have all of these materials, law reports. I mean, I was excited when you mentioned the ECOWAS judgments. You can access foreign judgments there too. And then you have this other product that's like a virtual marketplace, a virtual connector between lawyers and clients. I mean, just to say, there are a few legal texts that I know were already in the market, so you need to step up your game. I mean, there's Case Reader, there's App to Response, who connect lawyers with clients, regardless. And that's very helpful for the disability community, because at least it takes away the prejudice. The client doesn't have to see you in person first, and then you don't have to meet with the client. You're literally matching competence with need. And that way, there's a service provision somewhere.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
and I'm excited that you don't charge transaction costs. That's interesting because that would mean splitting my fee with a non-lawyer. So that's cool. So we're preparing to round up because Sadiq asked a very short demo of his products that he wants to. But before we just close out the session, and in case anybody has any question, I'm just going to ask Mr. Osage. So is there any product that the Nigerian Weekly Law Report has? Any new products that you'd like to create awareness on?
Yes. First and foremost, I just want to add something. You know, your question you asked was about visually impaired lawyers. But apart from visually impaired lawyers, even other lawyers can also have access to our online product. So that is one thing. So the only product we have now that is new, it's not online, but it's just a hard copy. Is our new Nigerian Case Law Dictionary. So new Nigerian Case Law Dictionary, and it's very, very rich. And
so is that available in the market to buy in hard copy?
Yes, it's available in the market. If you go to immediately you enter our online platform, you will see the display there. It's there.
Oh, okay.
So for the interest of
so
those
what does it contain? Is it just dictionary of cases, or how is it different from the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports?
Yes, you know, Nigerian Weekly Law Report is just a judgment made by courts, appeal court and Supreme Court. But the case law dictionary are definitions of legal terms, legal terminologies, even as and also some other definitions cited by some judges of the Supreme Court. So they are all embedded inside the book. So
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so my last question to you, Sadiq. So I'm going to be very specific now.
Okay.
For your platform, and while you're doing the demo, I would want you to focus on the accessibility features, specific accessibility features, because I know it's, for instance, let me use Legal Connector app that is yet to launch. I don't know if you have a name for it yet. Legal Connector
Briefly.
app. Briefly. Oh, sorry, you mentioned it. Yeah, briefly. Thank you. So for briefly, you mentioned how it applies to lawyers generally. And we know, yes, technology is important for lawyers with disabilities. So I'd want you to spotlight specific accessibility features that product contains that will make it easier for lawyers with disabilities to interface with the product. For instance, visually impaired lawyer who is using the site, how easy is it to navigate the site with independence, without needing external assistance or support? So just specifically spotlight that.
Okay, so you see, the challenge here is disabilities come in different forms, right? We have mobility, disability, and everything. So with technological products like this, the main focus are those with hearing, audio disability, and visual disability, right? And for visual disability, the technological space has come to a point where everyone that has a smart device, a smart mobile phone, there is this feature of text to audio that we have. Speech to text, yes. Text to, yes. So that feature in itself has taken care of most products that come into the market in terms of people with visual impairment. Because if you're a person with visual disability, I want to believe that is already set up on your mobile, because how else would you use your mobile phone, right? So once you navigate around that platform, the interface, if it's designed, the user experience and user interface, if it's designed in such a way that you can highlight the text there and convert it to speech, that has been taken care of. So you've automatically taken care of those with visual impairment. Now, with hearing impairment, that's more difficult to do, because you're trying to now keep in mind, this is a product for everyone's consumption. So you're trying to balance that accessibility for those with disability and also maintaining the quality and standard for ordinary users. So for audio, I won't tell you that we have it figured out, right? But at least we are halfway there.
I'll give you the same offer that I gave to the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. If you want to test your products, you want to get feedback, you want to do product testing, you can partner with the forum where you get lawyers across the different disability spectrum to interface with your product and give you real-time feedback on how easy for them to assess it. And lastly, my question to you, Sadiq, is I'm just going to chip this in. The issue of data protection is a very growing concern. People are imputing their personal details, I believe, your Supreme Court number, all of these things. How do you warehouse your data? How protected are these details on your platform?
Okay, thank you. So, you see, the issue of data protection, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation Act, right? Links Consultant is classified as a data handler. So that means when you collect the person's data, there are certain provisions that apply to you. One of the things is if a person is entering a login credentials, the credentials on the face of it, the transmission, on the interface, you enter your login details. But how it's transmitted to the back end, there's actually an activity going on there. So for all our products, it's actually standard operating procedure. Everything you enter is encrypted. When it's stored in the database, it's stored as hashed. So your password that you're storing is hashed. Even the person that has the product, cannot unencrypt your password. That's your password. With regards to Supreme Court number and email, well, as long as the NDPRA applies, we are good.
So your organization is compliance, your data protection compliance.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. So you just walk us through your products very shortly, and that will be the end of the session.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello again, everyone. So I would be taking us quickly through, first of all, briefly, as I said earlier, is a product that is yet to launch to market. What it basically is an Uber for lawyers. A client, wherever the client is, can contact the services of a lawyer wherever the lawyer is. It uses smart analytics to match the client with the lawyer based on the client's location and the type of legal service they want, they are in need of, and the experience of the lawyer in that area of practice and the practice jurisdiction of that lawyer. Okay, so this is the London page of this. Once you come here, you click on this. So you have two options, either sign up as a lawyer or as a client. If I sign up as a lawyer, if I'm signing up as a lawyer, the whole experience is made to be seamless, so it doesn't collect a lot of data, just the primary things that are required to make it as accurate as possible. And one may wonder, the Supreme Court number required here is actually not mandatory, but once you onboard on the portal, you also become unverified. If you don't input your Supreme Court number here, you are unverified. So it lowers your chances of being connected with a client. So if you want to be verified, just as we have Twitter and LinkedIn and other platforms where you have unverified users and verified users. Verified users actually means due diligence has been done on this person, and we, as the intermediary, can confirm that this person is credible. So it gives it kind of gives credibility to your profile. Now, when you log in as a lawyer, this is the interface you have. As you can see, it says not verified, right? And you have total requests. So if you have a request from a client requesting services, it comes up here. And you also have receive an email notification in your phone, on your email, that a certain user, a certain client is requesting for so services. Accept or not. So prior to accepting, I will take us through that. But prior to accepting, the client only sees your name, area of practice, and certain details, but it doesn't reveal your contact details, such as email or phone number, for the client to contact you directly. It's only after the client has sent that request and you've accepted it that the rest of your details are now revealed. Now, this is basically the interface. We try to make it as user-friendly as possible. Now, if you go back to the client interface, that's where most of the activities take place. You'd see here as a client, when I try to get a lawyer, based on my location, based on the services I require, you see this is how it pops up I don't know if everyone can see the screen clearly though, but these are the profiles that come up. So if I now view the profile, you can see the years of experience and everything the person has, the lawyer has, and you're satisfied with him and want to go on to connect. You send the request to the lawyer. So once the request is sent, it will be sent to the lawyer and the lawyer will receive a notification. And once he accepts, then you can now, the communication can begin. Now, we are doing a pilot study on this. This would be launched in January. Once it's fully launched, I'm sure more features would be added on to that. There is also, I'll take us through Bar Vault quickly because of time factor. But yeah, this is basically it. So for people that have reservations on their personal details and everything, you can literally see how you come up to the client. Now, for Bar Vault, which has already been launched, this is more of a research hub where you have law reports, articles, etc. onto that. So this is live. It's accessible online. So as you can see here, you have ECWA's law reports, you have appellate law reports, you have Supreme Court law reports, rules of court, templates, and there is also an AI factored into it. So you can use AI to write templates for legal documents you want, refine them, and yeah. So what stands out on this, I think, would be two things. The guides for lawyers, especially young lawyers or lawyers that are not as experienced as the senior lawyers. Guides on basic things to do on the MBA portal itself, because that has been a sticking point. How to change your name, how to change your email, all those basic things, legal mail guide, all those basic things that you tend to overlook until you really want to do them. It's all available on this platform. How to join a section, how to join a forum, Bar Vault AI. You have an AI integrated into this. We're still training, because for AIs that aren't for AI that is meant to draft legal documents, you need to have an AI agent to train it. The more input it gets, the more skilled it becomes in dishing out more accurate templates for you. So this is still in the works. It takes more time, but as it is now, you can use it. And yeah, unless there are more questions. Okay, one more thing. We have a law firm finder. Currently, we only have the law firms in Abuja and Port Harcourt. But as time goes by, we intend to have more law firms on the platform. So, and then news and updates. So, like I said again, this, for me, legal tech isn't really something that it's more of bringing it into the legal industry and trying to simplify things that shouldn't really take your time. Instead of spending a week doing research on cases and everything, you can use a day to do that and get on with your life. That's what legal tech is all about, simplifying your day-to-day processes. Thank you very much.
My name is Mohammed Abba Isa. I'm the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on people with special needs and equal opportunity. I'm here on the receiving on a formal invitation to Mr. President to attend this MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum annual conference. And Mr. President assigned me to come and represent him. That is the essence why he created my office, to assist him in advancing inclusion and impact leadership of persons with disability. That is the reason why I'm here to attend this conference. And this conference is a milestone. This conference itself has a yardstick for us to dialogue and come out with a resolution. And that resolution, I'm going to represent it to Mr. President for proper implementation. We realize that despite the fact with the legal framework on ground, despite the fact the institutionalization of persons with disability, despite the fact for Nigerian has a signatory to the United Nations Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability, despite the fact that we have what we call Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act, despite the fact so far almost getting to 26 or 28 states that demonstrate and sign Disability Act, disability, they are still facing challenges. Even lawyers with disability, they are facing challenges in executing their mandate. They are a professional, they went to the bar school, they have all the qualifications, so their impairment will not going to stop them from acquiring or to be a judges, to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, to be attorney general in their respective state, to be a commissioner for justice in their respective state. That is the essence why Mr. President appointed me and mandated me to work with the Nigerian Bar Association lawyers with disability in order to advance this cause. And this is why we are here. Honestly, let me specifically commend the leadership of the chairperson of the MBA Lawyers with Disability Forum, Comrade Pat. I call her a comrade because what she exhibited, look at how he provide a reasonable accommodation for the success of this conference. And I also want to extend our sincere gratitude to all the members of the Central Planning Committee for this conference. And I also want to extend our appreciation to the donors, more especially Disability Rights Fund, the Delta State Governor, under the leadership of the Commissioner for Justice. They collaborated and they supported this conference. And I want to also commend the leadership of the President of the Nigerian Bar Association for making it possible for this conference to be successful in this Delta. And I also use this opportunity to call other states to emulate what Delta State Chapter of Nigerian Bar Association of Lawyers with Disability Forum for what they have been doing. It's in line with the Renew Hope agenda, it's in line with the policy, it's in line with the Nigerian Constitution. That is honestly how we are going to advance the inclusion impact for leadership of persons with disability in line with this theme of this conference. Thank you.
For the last session, we're talking about a discourse, a leadership discourse on inclusion, a peep into the future, advancing inclusion in the legal profession. We have Osato Uwagboy, who is the coordinator, and Mr. Dube. Without much ado, I will hand the mic over to Osato so that she can drive the process real quick. Thank you.
Leonard Silks, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Osato Uwagboy, and this is Mr. Dubem Ekwelem. We are the coordinators for this session. And we are going to speak to leadership discussion on inclusion. And the topic is a peep into the future, advancing inclusion in the legal profession. So we want to, like my Oga had said, we want to speak to the leaders in the legal profession. We want to hear their thoughts, their opinion as it regards inclusion, not only for lawyers with disabilities, but for each and every one of us. So please join me as we welcome our moderator, Ms. Tosan Mene, who is the Vice Chairperson for Law Officers of Nigeria, Delta State. Ms. Tosan Mene, you are welcome.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this session. Permit me to welcome Oyikansala Badejo Okusanya SAN. The discussion.
While the learned Silk comes to the front to join us, I will quickly read her citation. Permit me. Mrs. Oyikansala Badejo Okusanya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is a litigation, arbitration, and ADR specialist with experience in domestic and international dispute frameworks, in dispute resolutions and their workings. She represents private and state clients on a broad range of commercial transactions before trial and appellate courts in Nigeria, and has been described as a dogged and result-oriented woman. She is a professional member of the Nigerian Bar Association, the International Bar Association, and also she was a former assistant secretary of the MBA Lagos branch from 2004 to 2006. She was the alternate chair of the MBA 2023 Annual General Conference Planning Committee, and in 2024 was the chairperson for the MBA Annual General Conference Planning Committee, and has been a NEC member from MBA NEC member from 2022 till date. So, Mrs. Mene, Leonard Silk, we yield the floor to you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this session is very, very important because we're looking towards the future of persons with disabilities within the boundaries of the MBA. As persons with disabilities, we know the challenges. We're talking about the challenges we face within our profession, not outside now. A couple of people have said that we should start from within. It says that charity begins, there's a saying, charity begins at home. And in the light of that, and in light of the fact that the legal profession is at the forefront or the cornerstone of justice and access to justice for lawyers, physical access, independent living are things that are very important to us, especially as persons living with disabilities. So in the light of that, I'll be interviewing the very erudite, beautiful, intelligent, and exceptional Leonard Silk. You're very welcome. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Okay, so leadership is very important. We were talking about policies that exist. When you have a leader that has political will, it makes things a whole lot easier. I know a lot of people have commented on how Delta State we seem to be at the forefront of disability rights, and that's because we are one of the lucky ones in Nigeria. We have a fantastic permanent secretary. We have a fantastic attorney general, and our governor, whose more agenda encompasses rights of PWDs. It's been smooth sailing. Now, as a leader in the MBA and in your experience as a lawyer, and I know for a fact that you're a disability advocate, considering that you are a person living with a disability. You're shocked. She's visually impaired. Look at her beautiful pair of assistive device that she's wearing. Many of you think that when you say somebody is disabled, it means that they are using crutches or wheelchair. 90% of the people here are members of the disability community using assistive devices. If I say everybody should submit their glasses now, you probably not know the way to walk out of this place. So as a member of the community and an advocate for disability rights, how do you envision the future role of lawyers with disabilities in shaping the Nigerian legal profession? And more especially, what deliberate steps should the MBA take to support and empower them into leadership positions?
Thank you very much, Tosa. And before I answer the question, please permit me to be a little disruptive. First of all, thank you so much for finally giving me a connection with this community. I have been struggling to feel among, and now you've just told me that I'm among. Hallelujah. It's a very good day. Thank you. Before we go into the graveyard shift proper, everybody is either sleepy or bored, but I promise you are not going to be bored. I would like to say, I understand that this session is being zoomed. So I would just like to ask all of us to share the link with as many of our platforms and as many of our friends and communities, because this is an important conversation. And Tosa called me an advocate, a disability champion, and that is how I like to see myself. But before I talk a little bit more about that, so please share this gospel with people, send the link out. Even if it's just 5 or 10 people that log on and watch, there's something that we're going to say here that will mean something to other people. And more importantly, we need to advocate. We need to educate. We need to enlighten, because that is the only way in which we're going to get more champions and get the progress that we seek. Let me quickly at this point pause and extend my regards to His Excellency the Governor of Delta State, ably represented by my learned brother Silk, the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Justice of Delta State, my learned brother Silk, Sheni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, any members of the bench here present, the chairman of the Lawyers with Disability Forum, and all my colleagues and newly found brothers and sisters in the community. Again, I said I wanted to be a bit disruptive. And because I want all of us to wake up a bit, I want us to do a little exercise, if you don't mind. Can everybody hear me very well? Okay. So, how many of us in this room would not describe ourselves, not using Tosan's definition, how many of us in this room would not ordinarily have described ourselves as persons living with disability? We may be wearing glasses or whatever, but we don't identify with persons living with disability. Just by a show of hands. Up until a few minutes ago, I would have counted myself in that. Okay. You're not putting up your hands because you think I'm going to lead you into a hole. I'm not. I just want us to do a few things. Okay. So all of us, right, who are sighted, even if we're using glasses, all of us who are sighted, can you do me a favor and close your eyes, please? Just close your eyes. Just close your eyes. And keep them closed for the next, until I say open them. So as your eyes are closed, can you imagine going through life like that? Is it your eyes are not closed? Close your eyes. Close your eyes and just imagine going through life like this. A few minutes ago, I know that there was a cameraman in front of me. But if I stand up now, walking, my eyes are closed. I don't know where I'm going. I know that there was a cameraman somewhere around here, and probably until I hit something, I'm not going to know. Am I off? Am I off? Point I'm making is that is some people's reality. Right? Okay. Can you just raise those of us who identify as people who can hear, can you just put your fingers in your eardrums? Just put your 2 fingers in your eardrums. It's unlikely that our hearing would have been completely gone, but it is sufficiently reduced that if anybody says anything to us, we have to say pardon. Or what did you say? So can you also imagine that this is some people's reality? Put your hands beside you. Just hold them stiff like this, beside you. And imagine that you don't have the use of your hands. Put your hands really stiff beside you. You don't have the use of your hands. Write your name. Write your name. Write your name now. Nobody is writing their name. This is some people's reality. So now I don't have to tell you what it is like to be spending your life in a wheelchair, and even to go to the bathroom, you need somebody to come and take you. So if you are like me, please pardon me, who's always so distracted that I leave going to the last minute and I'm rushing. That cannot be my reality. Otherwise, I'm going to be peeing on myself the whole time. Why am I saying all this? Thank you for being such good sports and taking part. I hope we've learned something. I learned something 2 years ago. I wasn't always a champion. It was in this very city that I became one. I came to attend a stakeholder summit organized by the Lawyers with Disability Forum, and I had the privilege of representing the then contestant for the office of the president, now president of the NBA, at very short notice. And so he had given me his speech. Please read this speech for me. He heard that I was going to Asaba. Please read this speech for me. So I got there. I was staying in the same hotel, and I got there quite early, and I was listening to all these sessions, and it was a transformation. Because, you know, those of us who imagine that we are able, we just take so many things for granted. And listening to people that day just changed my outlook to so many things. So you see, this thing I just made everybody do, I did it. And I just thought to myself, my goodness, I've been going through life not even caring about my fellow man, which is one of the commandments. I just didn't have any idea what people around me were going through. And from that point on, I became what you would call a champion. So your question, as a long-standing advocate, long-standing of 2 years, yes, but since I got converted, I must say that I have tried my best to be as good a convert as I can. But, you know, I'm looking at one young lady in front of me, and she always reminds me of, you know, maybe an Anglican who converted to Catholicism, or a Christian who converted to Islam, or vice versa. You know, they always hurt them well. When you convert, that means don't go away, I'm talking about you. You know, when you convert like that, especially as an adult, you are even holier than the Pope. This young lady, please come forward. This young lady inspires me because she's not a person living with disability. I don't know her story. I don't know what brought her into contact with this community, but she is an inspiration in this community and outside of it. A great advocate for the community, and someone who I always remember when I'm trying to advocate for disability rights. So thank you, Dami, for all you do. Thank you very much. So how do I envisage the future role of lawyers with disability in shaping the Nigerian legal profession? What steps should the NBA take? First of all, I would say, and I have a few things that over time I'd always been advocating that we should do, some of which are already being done. So in terms of shaping the future of the profession, I think the forum is doing very well in creating awareness, data-driven awareness. And Dami took us through some of that earlier on today. And it's wonderful. I was having a conversation with a patient some time back, and she was talking about how they're gathering data, because really there's not much that we can do without data. And so that is wonderful. And then the advocacy, right? The regional stakeholder summits. So the recognition that some states have passed the disability laws, other states are lagging behind, and the fact that states that are lagging behind can borrow from states that have passed those laws and are doing very well in that regard, and be encouraged to do that. And in this regard, I must commend the Delta State government. And I think His Excellency is here by proxy, so I would like to congratulate His Excellency and previous administrations, because this is clearly an institutional policy, for leading from the front, for having the courage to employ so many people living with disabilities, and also to provide the tools necessary to enable them. Another thing that lawyers with disability can do to shape the future of the profession is to go a step further from the regional stakeholder summits to perhaps recognizing governments, institutions, and individuals who are in various ways promoting inclusivity. Because recognition always drives progress. You see, when I'm doing something and I get recognized for it, I'm encouraged to do more. Other people see that I've been recognized and want to be recognized as well, and they also jump on the bandwagon. As it happens for individuals, so it happens for governments, so it happens for institutions. So it happens for agencies. So a step forward from the regional stakeholder summits is actually using the data that you gathered to promote those people, those agencies, those governments that are actually doing well in this regard, so that others will do more. And this will naturally lead to opportunities. Opportunities for lawyers with disability, which is a serious issue, because awareness is what brings understanding. It's what you are familiar with that you understand. So the more that persons and institutions and agencies and governments understand the challenges that persons with disability go through, the more willing or ready they will be to mitigate those. And I'm going to round up in 1 second just by saying that in order to take advantage of those opportunities that come, the house must be in order. One thing that I learned from that stakeholder summit that I attended in 2023 is that a minute number of persons living with disability do use their disability as a weapon. I even go as far as to call it a weapon of mass destruction. Why? Because for every person living with a disability that takes advantage of their disability to curry favor and sympathy, you are setting the community back several steps. I remember many years ago, I used to work in a company where we had a blind telephone operator. And every Friday without fail, he would get someone to take him around all the offices, all the floors, and he's begging for money and all of that. And at first, people would sympathize and do that. But after some time, it got very, very irritating to most people. And most people would pretend not to be there. But he's not sighted, so his other senses are heightened. So he knows there's someone there. But it didn't deter him. But he didn't realize that what he was doing was actually quite inimical to the cause. Because rather than gaining empathy and understanding, right, and perhaps more ideas for how more persons like him could be employed in that organization, he just bred the notion that we'd better stay away from people like this because this is what they do. So those are the kinds of ways in which I think that the future of the profession, the MBA, can help to push and promote policies that help persons with disability and breed more inclusivity. I'm sorry for being so long-winded. Thank you, Susan.
All right, thank you. Okay, so my second question now has to do with policies, structures, and practical inclusion. And why do I say, what do I mean by that? We know that there are a lot of policies already in existence, but now we're talking about, we also know that there are structures, especially within the MBA. The LWDF, for example, is one of the structures that have been put in place by the MBA to further the cause of persons with disabilities within the profession. However, implementation of these policies and the effectiveness of the structures is what we're concerned about. Now, LWDF is doing well right now. The LWDF is self-sponsored majorly. And, the truth is, I always say that with persons with disabilities, there's something you call disability tax. What do I mean by that? For example, we're at this venue, someone who lives down the road can probably walk. But I will have to pay a transport, maybe bus or cab or something to bring me to this place, right? So there's a lot that needs to be done about policies and structures. For example, a very key classic example is the MBA conference is always inaccessible for persons with disabilities. This year, we had our session in a hall that was not physically accessible. We had to climb down, climb up, climb down. And a lot of people who were wheelchair bound, wheelchair users, couldn't access the place. Now, eventually, at some point, they start saying that we're making noise. In fact, I practically had to get into fisticuffs with someone before they made arrangements for persons with disabilities to be served at the conference, made arrangements for them to be served in a special place. So what is Let me read my question so I don't forget. In concrete terms, what policies, practices, or structural reforms would you suggest be prioritized within the MBA, law schools, and law firms to ensure meaningful inclusion, ensuring not just access, but equal opportunities for growth, visibility, and career advancement for lawyers with disabilities? In certain offices and establishments like the Delta State Ministry of Justice, for example, there's priority for persons with disabilities, for training, for, but it's not the same everywhere. And MBA needs to be able to champion this cause. So that's my question. Where do you see MBA involved in making this a reality?
Thank you very much, Susan. It's an excellent question. And so first of all, on general note, like I said, we started from awareness, and I'll keep on talking about awareness. When I came to Asaba, I was alternate chair of the conference planning committee for that year. And I know the person that came to Asaba, and I know the person that left. So when I got back to our next meeting after that, it was with a different set of eyes. Because don't forget, prior to that time, I get up and go. And I don't really understand or even think about how people who are not able to do that get along. So, to a certain extent, we were able to achieve some level of accessibility. It wasn't great, but there was an intentionality. And I think patients will bear me witness because she was on that committee. In 2024, when I had the privilege of being the chair, there was complete and total intentionality from the beginning to ensure that the conference venue was as accessible as possible for persons who are less able to move around physically. If you don't want to clap for me, I will encourage you to. It wasn't just me. But the point I'm making is this. It only happened because I had become more aware. And that is why I will still throw it back to the Lawyers with Disability Forum, the MBA. You are right about the MBA championing a lot of things. But the first thing is that the forum has to do a lot of work to make sure that people in the decision-making and policy-making space understand the issues at stake. That needs to happen, first of all. And then the MBA needs to move from good intentions, because I know everybody has good intentions. This year, I wasn't part of the conference planning committee, so I don't know what went right or wrong, but I do know that the venue that was eventually used was not the original venue planned to be used. And perhaps that presented its own challenges, right? But at least we continue to ensure that persons who are physically sighted and hard of hearing impaired, sight impaired, serve on these committees so that they can share their own challenges and so that members of the committee can see things through their eyes. And that is what the NBA needs to do in a structured way, moving away from just mere good intentions to actually developing a disability inclusivity policy. And Leonard Silk and Drew Odom mentioned that when he was there, that is spot on, that the NBA needs to design and develop a policy, and that policy needs to be driven by the forum. So I would advocate that the forum, which has started and is continuing very well, should sit down, draft a policy using international best practices, which it will, as a forum, present to the NBA for adoption at NEC as a deliberate policy of the NBA. And that will then translate, thank you, that will then translate into something that you've mentioned that is very, very dear to my heart. I had cause to talk to a few people who attended law school at great, great pains. So when people are being posted to various campuses, there is no concern being shown for who you are, what you are, how you are. I think that should change. And I think that the MBA can drive that. One campus should be designated the campus for persons with disabilities. One campus should be designated. Let me land. Let me say why. Because let's face it, we have infrastructure and economic challenges in this country. If you concentrate all the accessibility tools and the aids that persons living with disability need in one environment, then it's easier for persons who need those tools to get them in one place. Not all campuses are created the same. I understand that. I'm not suggesting that that campus should be for only persons living with disability. I'm not suggesting that. If that's what you're hearing, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that one campus, until such a time as it can be, the affordability allows all campuses to become more inclusive. At least I beg your pardon? Yes, that's what I'm saying. A model, just one campus as a pilot, call it what you like, where all the audiovisual aids, all the ramps and things, it's only, I don't claim to have all the answers. But for me, I think that pragmatism is the order of the day. When we have paucity of funds, we cannot do nothing because we cannot do all. So we start somewhere. And that would be my own prescription for that. And I think that that is something that the MBA can drive. Because right now, what happens right now is that people are posted to different campuses. Some are less accessible than others. And some people find it extremely difficult to navigate their way through those campuses and go through law school at great pains because nobody is paying attention. We need the MBA, having developed that policy, to trickle it down, trickle it backwards to the law schools and ensure that we have more accessible learning environments, anti-discriminatory practices, and so on and so forth. And also training for the lecturers to ensure that they understand the difference between training persons that need additional help. Somebody talked earlier on about additional time. That additional time should not necessarily be just in exam halls. Additional time even for learning so that there's greater understanding. And then it can also be trickled up. The MBA stands at the center of being able to trickle down and trickle up. So policies that ensure that the MBA goes into law firms, offices that employ lawyers, explain to them and drive awareness creation and inclusive policies, and also maybe comes up with its own reward system or acknowledgement or recognition system, and also helps to ensure that there's visibility and there's career advancement. There's so many NGOs all over the world that have their focus on persons living with disability that an organization can institutionalize within itself and enable persons living with disability to access. Somebody said earlier on that senior advocate applicants should show how many persons with disability they have actually employed. I think that might end up being some sort of tokenism, because it's not all the time that you can find a person with disability to employ in your organization for whatever reason. But you must be able to demonstrate that you have a clear policy for affirmative action in terms of employing persons with disability. You must be able to demonstrate that. And that should carry its own weighted marks. So that if you are able to show that you are actually an inclusive employer, then it aids your application. And, just to create groups that persons with disability can access to ensure that they get jobs. They have a helpline they can call. They have resources that they can access to ensure that they maximize their potentials. Because the fact that they have physical disabilities does not mean that they cannot work and lead meaningful lives. So that's what I think that the MBA can do specifically.
Okay, I was going to ask a third question, but I see that you have covered for a person who just recently joined the community. You seem to be aware of the challenges.
So can I tell you what happened to me? It was almost like a Saul on the way to Damascus moment. I'm not kidding. That visit to us, and I've told Patience and Eze this so many times, that visit to Asaba really, really changed my life because I did not. And since then, as many LWD functions as I can attend, I attend. As a matter of fact, I went to Maiduguri. I don't know if I've ever told you this. My husband was very upset with me because this was 3 days before I had to submit my SAN application and I hadn't finished it. And there was paucity of network in Maiduguri. So I was up the whole night, both days that I was there, and I wasn't making much headway. And one day when I made the mistake of complaining to him, he just tore into me. I said, if you don't submit this thing and you don't make this thing, you will see what. But I had to go because I had promised patients that I would be there and I wanted to be there. I was very happy that I went. Every member of the board is a personal friend. I'm very proud of that.
But has a way of bringing out the best in you.
Absolutely.
Delta State, we have
absolutely.
That,
the big
I
heart.
know that everybody that has come in from outside of town is going back a completely different person. So thank you so much for making time to join us and for your wonderful response to the questions that we've asked. I know for a fact that you're open to ideas. You can't know it all. And I suggest if you have any questions or clarifications that you wish to make, she's very accessible. We can reach her and ask her your questions. So thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Leonard Silk. May I also add that Leonard Silk was a senior aide in the justice sector reform in Lagos State, and she was also the general counsel in the government house during the Babatunde Raji Fashola SN administration. So you can see that she's not just speaking from view, but she also has the experience. So thank you so much, ma.
Leonard Silk has always been a firm supporter, a very, very, very support system for us. We invited 4 leaders of the bar. None of them, 3 didn't turn up. They didn't even deem it necessary to tell us they were not going to come. It was anyone who made sure, and that's what I call someone who has you in mind. If I have you in mind, I don't forget about you. Whatever you are doing, I support you. She has supported us. When she was the first, there was only 1, 2 who came to the degree with us. That's what you call the support system. And you don't joke with it. And I hope that we all remember that next year. I won't say more than that. So once again, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for being with us. We hope that you'll be with us at the dinner too. There's going to be a dinner this evening. That's why we're trying to end this session now so that they can take care of this place and do it the way it's ought to be. For the first time, this is our very first action. I felt that we should do it the way it is done. We should have a welcome cocktail. We should have a dinner. And if we celebrate ourselves, we have a talk here. If you're investing with disability, you understand what I'm saying. We've all had a talk here. And we're standing. Yes, coming to an end. We're standing. Yes. We are recruiting more members, like the MD as our branch chairman. He has just joined us. I don't know if it's a temporary thing, yes, none of us. So we are welcoming him to the forum. So, yes, that's the essence. For us to keep playing. One thing, sometimes we look at it and say we are not doing much. But I know we are doing quite a lot. I went to prison visit. Prison correctional center station in March, and then when we got there, we were about to enter. And one of my colleagues, my very senior, said, "Pat, this place is very inclusive. And people should start agitating for this. It's not supposed to be like this. The prison, this thing should be inclusive." I looked at him and I smiled because I know I want a convert. We're getting there gradually. We're making all the noise we want to make. We're advocating as much as we want to advocate. Then we need partners. That's for sure. We need every one of us to be. See, it doesn't take a minute to become a person with disability. It doesn't think up to a limit. I have a friend who just suffered amputation about a month ago. No, in August. He's been diabetic and they've been managing it. They couldn't manage it anymore and he had to be amputated. When I called him, he said, Pat, I don't become your member. I said, no, you are a member since. We're just reading time. Just to check him. But then, it's like that. So in a minute, in a split second, you just move from being a very able person to a person with disability. That was what happened to me too. So in a split second, I moved from being a person without disability to one with disability. And as for the records, we'll still keep pushing our best. But it's difficult to get because many of us are still in denial. We do not want to accept that we are persons with disabilities. I was there too. For many years, in fact, I kept saying, I reject you because information. I'm no longer rejecting you again because the reality is staring me back in the face. So what am I rejecting? So I will live my life. I will be bold. I will be as beautiful as Mrs. B. I make the best of it. So on behalf of the forum, I say thank you very much. I say thank you for being with us today, for honoring us, and for the wonderful presentation you made today. We hope to see you at the dinner because it's going to be a wonderful. So, we have a follow-up.
Where you they won't go?
Representative of the government to do presentation. So,
yes. So, on behalf of the forum, I want to present these awards to you. To be very consistent. So if we have a history to tell of this forum, you be a major part of that history. And we just heard 4 were invited. Only 1 turned up. Is that not true? Yes. So that's important. So on behalf of the forum, we really appreciate you and accept this as a token from us. Okay. One thing you know about Mrs. B, anywhere you see her, you see this people with this account. Is that right? So the picture will not be complete without anyone. Thank you.
My sister, Ms. Mary, congratulations. You did a very fantastic job in terms of interrogating the issue. Before the year have been talking, and you're very inspiring. So continue to do what you do, and God bless you.
Yes.